What's up, chat? What's up, chatters? What are you doing today? Got some avatars. It's gonna be fun. What are you doing today? What's up, Vamp? What's up, Vanta? What's up, Zero? What's up, Kyoko? What's up, Yes Part? What's up, Zero? Vibe that wants to spend more. What the? Start editing for people. Editing. You. 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 What the fuck? My keyboard. Oh, I thought my keyboard was wet. About to say, like, what? Oh, I didn't change the thumbnail. Fix it right now, my bad. There you go. Should be right now. The thumbnail was wrong on the... Yo, I got the best Wi-Fi in. I said the main menu and look at her. What the hell? Damn gooner. You damn gooner. You damn gooner. I'm opening my TikTok. Wait a second. What's up, Enigma? Next page, next page, next page. Come on, let me play the fucking game, bro. What's up, Vamp? Okay. Yeah, it's a pre-order beta. If you want to get access to the beta, you gotta pre-order the game, yes. Why is my TikTok stream not... Oh, my camera's fucked up again. Why does it do this? Hold on. Game looks so fun. I would like to play it, but I'm getting trolled. Give me a second. I would like to play it since my character is finally here, but yeah, I'm gonna continue to get trolled. Yo, Zero, thanks for the 245. Holy shit. Thanks, dude. And Holy, thanks for the 25. I appreciate it. There's no avatar category on TikTok. Uh-oh. Damn, TikTok behind. There's no category for it. I searched the game, it doesn't pop up. Why does it not? Games and demos? I guess I just put other games, I guess. Like, I don't know. So silly, but okay. Why is my camera not working though? Yo, Sean, thanks for the raid, bro. Yeah, I just started, man.
This is the last one.
Sean told me to say hi. I'll be raid. Hey, y'all said I don't play fighting games. There's a fighting game on the screen right now, no? Is in a mod in this chat? Hell no, she can't be a mod. She cannot be a mod. Hell no. It didn't go away as a meme. That's for damn sure. Yeah, thanks for the raid, Sean. I appreciate it. Would she do exist? She exists. That's the problem. Alright, let's get started. I can bribe you. Bribe me with what? What do you have that I would want? Flow. Super. It's just A, B, and C. Okay, I mean, I guess. Guard reversal. C and flow. What is the throw button? Oh, A and that. Button check. Let's try that. There's tutorial and trials. Do tutorial. Okay, I will not do tutorial. It won't let me do it. Oh, okay, no tutorial for me, I suppose. Here we go. Yes, sir. Playing that Azula. She has an Aang color. Avatar. It's like 2016 again. What controller do you use? I use Victrix Pro KO. This one's pretty cool. It's a white one. It's all black. Damn, she actually has some pretty cool colors. Oh wait, I didn't pick my thingy. Longer trap duration. Stay in focus stance. Start in Fire Lord stance. Okay, that's kind of crazy. I gotta try all of them. Ursa, Judy, Low, and Lee. I heard the second one is really broken, but I don't know. We'll see. That smile is nice, no? Let's try the first one first. All right, let's see what we can do here. Just got a rejection letter. Hey, yo. Rejection from what? From a job or something? What does this do? Training options. Well, it's a lot of stuff in here. Whoa. Show hitboxes. Frame data bar. Okay, I mean, I guess. It's the flow button. B and C. I think my lines are set wrong. I know it's not set wrong. Yo, Charger, what's up, dude? So her flow stance in the air. I mean, her flow button in the air is this air movement thing. That's pretty good movement. Never give me a more rebel skin for getting married. Married? Wait, what? Why you need to get married? You got rivals to play. The hell you need marriage for? Tokon dropping soon too. Lock in. Oh shit! I burned myself out. That's a thing in this game. I forgot that is a thing in this game, huh? So only in the second dash takes extra meter to kick out it. Got it. Okay. Let's see her normals. Not bad. Oh, her crouch heavy go crazy. This crouch C nasty. Is there stand H or stand C her anti-air, I guess? That's a weird one. Is this an overhead? There's gotta be an overhead. The Umi show. The hell? Oh, you can charge it. Oh, puts a fire trap down. Can't you like ignite the trap? Yep. Cool. How's the game? I don't know. I have not played it since the last beta. And the last beta I barely played because my character wasn't here. My character's here now though. What do I need to do? Can I make her crouch? Oops. Oh, it is overhead. Got it. Where's the frame data at? Oh, it's at the bottom of the screen. Yo, I don't know how to read this game's meter. Attack data. 14. 22. Oh, it does display it. Yo, get this fucking bar off the screen. I don't need the bar. Oh wait, I do need the bar. It doesn't tell you the details without the bar. I can't just see minus and polish. Wow, okay. What a game. -3. What's the startup in this game? 6, 10, 12. It's 88 outside? Damn. -7. Our normals feel really good. This crouch medium is nice. The fuck is that? Oh, what is that? Okay. Let's look at our command list now. Alright, stop blocking. flanked him. All right, command list. Scorching Talon, RB +4. Can I change the notation? Thank you. Azula concentrates flames at her fingertips and slides to the ground while in focus stance. This move can be charged or released with perfect timing. Released with perfect timing. The hell? Whoa. So I have to lose a round to get focus stance, right? Or something like that. Incinerating Talon. So this is the charge version. It ground bounces and it ignites the embers, and it's an overhead. Wow. When focus stance move can be held down or released for timing to make the move hit as an overhead with that ground bounces and leaves an ember patch. Stirring Talon Fire Lord stance. She always unleashes the full power of this version. Okay. Needs a flame cover when it's finished. Okay. So that's the only command one she has? Just overhead. Cool. Carry on. For Black Panther. What in the hell? Her drive is similar to Black Panther's unique. Well, that game's not out yet, so how would I know that?
Easy. Easy. Easy.
You do like a crouch? A little split. Oh, cute. You can constantly jab into it. Ooh, look at that. That's pretty cool. So that's be a command normal. Yeah, that's be a command normal. Cool. All right, flow moves. Let's see this. Front split. Front splits can be held. Oh. Can be held to hold high dodge longer. Avoids highs. I know I can hold it. Incineration step. Yeah, she blasts herself in 8 directions. It's done twice while airborne and is cancelable into attacks. Cool. Why are you sitting? What? Supposed to be standing or something or what? Bro said, why are you sitting? I'm crying. That is so unserious. Okay, let me upload today's video real quick. I bet you guys can't guess today's video. Special Rolling Blaze, A or B for focus. That's a low attack. Check down and ignites embers. B version of this has faster startup. Okay. We know, man. We're wrong, so. I can do a pull. You can see who's right and who's wrong. I can do a predict. You want to guess today's video? Sure, we can do a predict. Oops. Oh shit, you can put more stuff for predicts now. Oh, there's 10 options now. Damn, I didn't know there was 10 options for predicts now. What the hell? That's pretty crazy. I give you guys 8 options. Since y'all so smart. Apparently. Motherfuckers are so smart apparently. Good luck. Motherfuckers want to be smart, huh? Bet, let's see it. Guess today's video. The predict is up. Good luck voting. It's one of those games. Clearly check use context clues. Deadlock, LM, you don't touch that game. It's one of the games listed up there. Go ahead and vote. You guys have 10 minutes to vote. 10 minutes. Oops. 10 minutes to vote while I upload this video. Yeah, whoever wins this predict gonna get paid big. Who wins this gonna get paid big. Okay, so what is this? A low attack projectile and ignites embers. So if I do this. Ooh, cool. Oh, they take damage sitting in it as well. Cool. Oh, I don't bind set up to control the enemy. Never mind, I can't bind that, it seems. Sage and roasting him? Sage didn't roast shit. That old ass man, he ain't doing shit. That old ass man ain't roast shit. Ooh. Oh, this character's sick. Boom. 100k on Fatal Fear and Rivals. Is there 100k? Getting carried about? Come on, bro, didn't carry nothing. What the fuck? Hell nah, he ain't carry me. Matches right there. Oh, hell nah. We was in copper ring lobbies. Talking about some more carried. You see those lobbies we was in? Ambition Spark. Small floating flame that stays out for a long period of time. If makes contact, flame explodes. The flame can be destroyed by opponent's attacks without exploding. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, that's how you do it. Cool. Kind of small hitbox though. I can't make you keep going forward. Fuck. I can't hit it. Yeah, you can't hit it or nothing. Snap it to mainly detonate explosion. Ambitious flame is larger and launches opponents higher. Okay, cool. Rending Blaze. Oh, is this a Fire Lord stance only move? Yeah, it is. This game gonna die once Tokon out? I mean, these are not the same type of fighter though. I wouldn't say that. This game is $20. That's half the price of Tokon. I mean, not $30. That's half the price of Tokon.
Run away now.
Ooh, what is that? Sokka doing the worm is funny. So how do I force myself into Fire Lord stance? Is there character specific settings in here? The fuck? How the fuck I get here? Huh? The hell I do? Is it because I press record settings or something? Yeah, I have no clue what I just did. Back to my menu. I blinked for a second, now I'm bald. Like, what? Okay, back to what I was doing. How do I force myself into avatar state? Energy refill. I don't think there's character specific settings in here. You might have to lose. Yeah, but how do I lose a run in training mode? That's my issue. I don't know how to lose a round in training mode. Like, how am I supposed to go into it and check the thingy in here? I don't really know. That's what I was saying. Where's the character specific settings? I don't think it's in the game yet. Select character, like, and just start. Oh, I mean, I guess you can do that. Is that really the only way? Wow, okay. That's kind of whack. Don't you start in Fire Lord, but you have a lower HP or something? Whoa. Oh, she can't run. Whoa, how many times can I do this? Damn. That chip damage is crazy. Whoa. What does this do? The fuck is that? What a move. Okay, let me look at what I was looking at. Rending Blaze. It's a flame wall. Our strength the wall lasts longer. Okay. A and B versions cause an element surge. Launch components into the air. All versions of Rending Blaze do Azula advantage on block. Oh, they're all plus? All of these are plus? Damn. Shit does crazy damage too. Sheesh. Do we get zapped? We get Zap before. What's this? Prestigious Flash. EX Flame Roll. Any 2 attacks? Oh, Shaman Firelord stance. So it won't. Oh no, it still does come out. Cool. You know, let's play online because I can't. I've not even bothered looking at online stuff. I'm not going online until I know what the hell my character can do. Blaze, what is this? Oh, we looked at it already. Wait, no, we didn't. Wait, yes, no, we didn't. So let's go circle back A and B. Pierce Forward, put on for Firebending Blast. Oh, leave my camera, shouldn't I? There you go. Pierces her opponent with Firebending Blast. 1 focus stance. It leaves ignitable embers in front, behind her, after she attacks. Okay. She gets a Flame Carpet instead if she's in Firelord stance. Wait, so focus stance is her default stance, right? Patch of fire that causes damage all the time while opponents in range. You can have up to 2 flame carpets out simultaneously, and creating more will remove the earliest. Okay, so you can have 2 out. Phoenix's Descent. This is the overhead, right? Leaves a carpet down and causes a ground bounce on hit. Oh wait, I'm in Firelord stance. Is that the same move? Oops. Yeah, this is the same move. Also, this didn't pop up earlier. Wait, what? It's the same thing as the flow plus back, retreating, front split. Okay, that's all the same stuff. Never mind. EX per. Oh, what the hell? The EXs have separate thingies listed. Okay. I don't try. I need Yeah, I need like thingies. Cool. Cool. You think about the game? It's cool. I haven't played a match yet. I wouldn't be able to tell you that to like play. Jump cancelable, and it gives the element surge. What the hell's the element surge again? Fuck is it at? Doesn't that just give you like the meter thingies? The energy point thingies? Toph? Pfft, I'm not touching Toph. Bro said Toph. I'm not playing Toph. Son. You're betting the most tough? Son. Air Fire Fist. Oh, so you shoot fireballs in the air as well? Oh, this is not fire. I can't EX it? Oh wait, there you go. I can't combo off that? Oh, hell yeah, I can. Cool. Damn. What a character. And for why are you sitting? Bro, y'all are some trolls, bro. Leave me alone. Some damn trolls, bro. I'm talking about some why are you sitting down? Grown ass man can't sit down no more. That's crazy. So yeah, if she's non-Fire Lord stance, it does normal stuff. Wait. Okay. Oh yeah, Fire Lord. Hero Spark. Higher strength has more startup and makes the blast go further. Huh. Whoa. Aim it downwards? Fuck no, you can't. This leaves a flame carpet? Cool. Crates, embers, and carpet. And snaring embers. What does this do? Fires off, blast downwards, use ignites. Go on Azula's stance. Alright, supers. Imperial lightning, unblockable. But she's burning, bruh. Why is her health not healing? Oh, is it a... Bro, what are these settings they put in, bro? Why is there a save state on? Son, what? Just for no reason there's a save state on. Oh, what the fuck? I'm bald again. A bald ass little kid again. What the fuck? Wait, so stay in focus stance means you don't go Fire Lord? Or how does that work? I have to read it. Well, what's madness? Two separate stance depending on which support character she's using. Her standard focus stance emphasizes on precision. Oh yeah, that's exactly what it is. Fire Lord stance emphasizes pure, unbridled power and aggression. Okay. Why would you not want to go Fire Lord though? I feel like there's no point of playing this character if you don't want to go Fire Lord. I'm losing out on a round. Okay. Stand focus stance, and if Ursa, Azula will stand Fire Lord madness stance. Wait, what? Why would you do that? I mean, I can see why you'd want to stay in Fire Lord, or if you want to like get the longer carpets, but I don't see the reason why you'd want to not go Fire Lord stance. Let's say 800 subs. I'm happy. Oh, congrats, dude. All her air nulls into flow movement. Coming in contact with opponent. Still follows the 2 airflow limit. Scorching Talon and Lightning at perfect timing to enable the fully charged properties of those moves. Dude, tell me, it's like when she glows right is when you want to release it. Oh, I see. Yo, can I adjust the bind to like reset the fucking game? There's no bind in here for it. Oh, hell nah. What? Hide invite code, allow crossplay. There's no bind for it. I mean, you know you did it right because you get you get the spark. And she says something. There we go. Is that only on the carpet moves or? That's not that hard. Like Heihachi Blue Spark. You just get the timing. Window's definitely smaller though. There you go. I can get that down. Fuck. Or not. Definitely adjust for him though, yeah. Lightning Blast has it as well. Which one's that one again? Is that the air one? Or is that the super? Why are you spamming my TikTok chat? When does Tilcon come out? August like 4th or something? Can you stop spamming my TikTok chat before you get banned, please? The move is called Lightning Blast. It's gotta be the air one then, no? It's not Imperial Spark, is it? No, it's gotta be the Imperial Lightning. Why do they write it like that? Because I know Scorching Talon, because that's literally written like Scorching Talon. Where is it? Oh wait, no, it's not even written like that. It's actually Incinerating Talon. They wrote the name of it wrong. There's 2 lightning moves though, so I don't know which one they're talking about when it comes to this. Sport character Low and Lee. Broad range of benefits to Azula. This includes increasing the timer length of her Ember Patches, Flame Carpets, and Ambition Sparks. Oh, so all the stuff is longer. Gives her extra health alongside a discount to flow moves. Isn't this just her best one? Judy. Focus stance along with discount flow costs. Oh, I mean, I guess you get a discount. So, with Madness stance, you get a large amount of extra health. A large amount? Oh, interesting. How do I move the chat and go full screen? There should be like a button at the top right, at the middle of the screen that says oh wait, you said remove the chat, not go like what is it? There's a button. Hold on. It should be classic, split, or vertical view. If you're in vertical view, you should be able to press oh, at the bottom right, 3 dots, and then press hide chat. What's up, Lee Pop? Figured it out? No problem, dude. But yeah, yeah, I feel like the first one is just her best one. I feel like Low and Lee is just her best one, but like I don't know how much health Ursa gives, because it says it gives a large amount of health due to starting a Fire Lord's Madness. Azula starts matches with an energy point. That's pretty good. Oh, so she can just EX skill round start. That's pretty good. That shit is hard. There we go. Ooh. Yeah, that just frame that she has is crazy. What's Kirkwitz? Precision, Schemer, Oppressive, Lethal, and Unhinged. Oh, she gets an additional point when she goes unhinged. Azula hits her opponent with perfectly released or fully charged Lightning Blast. The opponent loses 3 energy bars. What? The perfect release timing is tight, so she can begin as soon as she begins to charge a move. Oppressive. Azula throws her opponent into an Ember Patch, ignites the Ember Patch, and she gains 1 energy point as well. Okay, cool. Azula hits her opponent by igniting an Ember Patch outside of a combo. She gains 1 point as well. Azula hits the opponent with a perfectly released Scorching Talon. Release Rider's readied flame grows larger. Opponent is launched higher. In the ground bounce, and she gains 1 energy point. Holy shit, so much mechanics here. What the fuck? So much shit. Okay. I think I'm ready for combos, I guess. Oh wait, let me try the super.
Watch your step.
Oops. Hold Hold all to reset. Why does it list it like that? Reset all. Wow, that is a lot of bonds you gotta do just to reset the game. You have to hold X, Y, R, B, and A. I don't even know why it's even listed like that, but whatever. Anyways, can I get flow? Oh wait. There we go. Okay, so how does this work? Bro, it didn't. Oh, this game's training was gonna drive me insane. There we go. Wait, so how am I supposed to see the? Oh, I see it on the frame data bar. Oh, fuck me. Yo, reset my thingies, bro. Yo, this game's training was gonna drive me insane, bro. Why are the buttons this much just to reset all? I don't think I did it right. Why is it that much buttons just to reset, bro, instead of one button? I can't change it. I literally cannot change it. What the fuck did you just do to me? Oh my god, bro. I don't want a save state. You can't get rid of that? I'm just trying to reset normally. There we go. Oh, I did it. Damn. Okay, that's kind of hard. That's kind of hard. But if you do hit it, they lose 3 energy points. That's a lot. Sheesh, that's a very small window. Even this one's 1 frame. You only have 1 frame window. Fuck, I messed up. There we go. Woo. Yeah, doing that shit again is gonna be hard. Fuck. Oh my god. You get a 2 frame window. Wasn't it 3 earlier? No, it's a literal 2 frame window. Fuck. Got it. Okay, I think it's easier if you just look at her. Fuck. That shit is so tiny. That shit's hard. Okay, let me see our other supers and let's get some combos and let's go play. What's the difference between these two? Wait, what? What's different in Firelord stance? Unleashes lightning, bending, blast, fires it at her opponent. When combo into the flow, damage is lessened. Oh, it's the same thing, just that. I guess you can combo into. If you're in Firelord, I think you can combo into it. And the gnome one is chargeable. Yeah, let me go Firelord stance. What's up, Scarson? Yeah, you can't charge this one. This one doesn't have a just for him. Yeah, this one's way faster. Okay, I mean, I guess. Interesting, interesting. Does her alt change or level 3 or whatever? What is it called in this game? Firelord's Ascent. Oh, no, it doesn't. Unleash all of her power. Unleash a massive flare of flame into lightning bending. Unlike many other final techniques, Fire's Descent is not invul. It's not invul? Oh, fuck.
Show you lightning. Here's where we say
No wake up level 3? Interesting. Okay, I think I'm ready to learn combos now. Though I did forget how this game's system mechanics work, but fuck it. Avoiding attacks often better than guarding. Wait, do you lose thingies if you block? Getting hit by a combo in the corner can be catastrophic. So I forgot all this stuff because I didn't pay that much attention last beta because I didn't care to. So my character wasn't here. C and flow stands to. Oh, it's this button. Oh, but it takes your meter.
easy.
Okay. Unbalanced state. Flow gauge drops to 0. That's the little blue thingy, right? You start a match with it maxed out, right? Cool. Low escape. That was us. While knocked out, I was tech rolling. Unbalanced state. Reversal. Yeah, they didn't get it. Starts at 5, becomes 7 after losing a round. EXs takes 2 of them. Super techniques. That's supposed to go forward. It costs 4 to do a super in this game. It costs 7 to do your other roll. Okay.
Show you lightning.
So this costs 7. This one. Oops. This costs 4. Okay, I got it. Yo, RD, thanks for the 225. I appreciate it. Play Injustice 2. I think I like my life, so I would never do that. Okay, I think I'm ready for combos, I guess. Are there combo trials? Fuck no, there isn't. Fuck no. Why did I think there was combo trials? Local versus. Oops. Matchmaking. Do I have to insta-accept it? I guess I should learn the combos first. Bro said Injustice 2. At least Brawlhalla? No, I'm not playing Brawlhalla, bro. I'm playing the game I want to play, bro. Stop asking me to play games, bro. Alright, Predict is over. Yeah, a lot of you guys were wrong. Today's video is deadlock. A lot of you guys were very incorrect. Today's video is deadlock. Let's see who got paid. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. 284K payout. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Thunk still got one left in the chamber, bruh. There is indeed a deadlock video today. It couldn't have been Rivals because I said you would never guess what today's video is. So why would it be Rivals? It wouldn't be Fatal Fury because I just did that yesterday. Damn, that is a payout. That is a payout if I've ever seen one. Damn. Bro got 284K from that. I should have put more. You definitely should have put more, bro. Let's say you never guess, what would be like the least obvious up there? What would be like the least obvious up there? I need some combos.
Oh, let's see if we can hit. Let's see if we can hit.
What's this combo?
2.
The wall combo?
3.
Oh, it's loops. That's a Fire Lord stance combo. Yo, I'm actually gonna mute this game's music. It's driving me mad. Oh, the lightning loops. The lightning loops. Oh shit. What's this combo?
Wanted to go for 5. Let's go. Let's see if we can hit. Let's see if we can hit. Let's go. 2.
But the damage is so high. That move does so much damage, bro.
Wanted to go for 5, but I was a bit scared. I'm not gonna lie. That combo is so cold though.
Everyone's using Fire Lord stance, it seems. Everyone loves this shit. That shit looks so fun though. What? That was such a small combo. It has so much damage though. God damn. Why is it like this tonight? Why is what like this tonight? What are you talking about? Talking about the vertical stream? Just press the button and switch it. Oh, it looks hype. It does look hype. I think something like this would be nice to learn. Two, 3, 6, C. I keep forgetting ABC is light, medium, heavy in this game. It's so weird. Just watching the video. When you said zoneless, did you mean zoneless? Did I? But which video? You talking about the video I just dropped like 2 minutes ago or what? Are you, or did you watch the video I uploaded yesterday? How long you been streaming for today? I just started streaming like an hour ago. I just finished looking at her entire move list. Now I'm about to learn combos. I know we can play. Okay, 5A. 5BC. I can't. Oh, you've got to be fucking shitting me. This training mode is so bad. Son. Okay. Okay, so you can jump cancel that.
I will be maining Ty Lee when the Atla game drops.
Ty Lee? Ty Lee? Ty Lee? She's DLC though. She's not dropping for a while. Ty Lee. She's like the third or second DLC or something. She's not. You're not gonna be able to play her for a while. You're Tide Fries. Thanks for the follow. Are you gonna play GPO again? Hell no. Was that medium? BC 6F. It's like that, I guess. Oh, he's in Fire Lord stance. I don't think this works in this. God damn it. Wait, no. Yes, it does. How the fuck did he do that? Heavy. Oh, you tap it. Okay. Okay, I see. Cause I was holding forward with the thing, it didn't work. Oh, that's weird. Okay. So if you're at a certain height, close to the floor, you can't air dash anymore. That's so interesting. Okay. So let's say I'm like really this low. If I'm like right here, like you see the little line, this thing on the screen right here. If I'm like below this part, I can't air dash anymore. Yeah, you have to be like above like middle part of the screen, or else you're not gonna be able to air dash anymore with this character. Interesting. Okay. That's why I was like, why the fuck is this not working? Is King Boomy in this game? DLC. He's actually he's DLC to vote for the last DLC character, but I don't think he's gonna win the vote. You have to vote between like several different characters. I don't think he's gonna win that vote. What's that? 6F. 6F, JA. So that's light, medium, land, A. Six FA. Fuck. What am I doing wrong? I have to delay. Damn. Oh, I did it. What the? Diaphone? Yo, this is the wrong stream, bro. I'm ass at this game, bro. It's the wrong stream, boss, man. Son. Diaphone raid? God damn, bro. I can't do a single BNB with this character yet. Because I did not grind the last beta. I appreciate the raid, though. Fuck. Wait, did he check out RoboKai? Oh, I did it. Okay, I'm getting it. Okay, what do I do after that? I land, A, B, delay. Wait, what? A, B, land, A. Wait, what? Land, A, B, delay, C. What the hell? He was doing Avatar today, RoboKai tomorrow? Yeah, I was looking at the stream earlier. He had in the title, he said RoboKai later, question mark or something like that. Fuck, I'm trying to learn Azula combos. I just spent the hour looking at her move list. Okay, so what do I do after that? Land A, B. Oh, land? Oh, no. A, B, land, A, B. Oh, fuck. Yo, Somber, thanks for the follow. Oh, man. That's kind of hard. Oh, God, I suck at this damn character. Damn. There we go. We need the Ice Twins in this game. Yo, Apex and B Blackbird, thanks for the follows. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. We run the shout out for Diaphone. Is this an open beta? Nah, it's a pre-order beta. You have to pre-order the game if you want to get access to this beta. If you didn't pre-order the game, you will not be playing. The Tokon one later this month is open though. Tokon is open. This isn't open. Is King Boomy in this game? No, not yet. He's part of he's part of the vote for last DLC character. Fucking hell, what is this? Talk about the inputs. I gotta pin this because I keep forgetting the inputs. 236C. I'm pinning this so I don't forget it. Okay. Let's see. Set to manually pin. There we go. Wow, we uploaded mid log. That log isn't mid. Game's fun. God damn it. Okay, what do I do after that? Land. Bro, why does the combo keep unpinning? Well, not unpinning, but I'm shortening on my screen. Land A, B, delay, C, A. Wait, what the? Delay C, A, B, C. It sounds so weird to say instead of just saying light, medium, heavy. Like what? Delay C, A, B, C. 6C. 6C, 236C.
Careful.
Oops. So you slam them down and you do that. Okay, I get it. You slam them down like this, and then you put the fireball thingy down for the Oki. Okay. God damn it, man. Oh, I'm not delaying the C. God damn it, man. What's up, King Barry? How you doing? I'm not delaying the C. God damn it. C and A, B, C, 6C. A, B, C.
Careful.
That's it. I'm getting close. We're almost done. There we go. Wait, fuck. I didn't. Ah, damn it. Oh my god, I keep messing this up. I'm not delaying the C. It's actually getting me killed. Well, not killed, but well, it's gonna get me killed for sure. But make me tilted. God damn it. I'm not dashing. Bruh. What does this game feel like? I haven't played online yet. I haven't played online since last beta. And last beta that I played, I barely played because I was waiting for Azula to drop. I mean, it feels good. I like how long the combos are in this game. They kind of definitely didn't hold back when it comes to sauce, which is what I like. Nah, this is a pre-order beta. Fucking hell. GG's. I mean, the game is $30, bro. Lock in. Lock in. So if I fuck up the combo, I guess I just do that, I guess. Bro, I'm not jump canceling. Most uses blue flames. Currently in the game, just her so far. Just her so far. Damn it. God damn it, man. Why I keep messing this last part up? Give me a second. Look at the video again. It's actually not even that hard of a combo. It just has delays in it that I keep fucking up because I'm so impatient. I got it. I'm just impatient. Yo, Zetram, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I just gotta slow down. I didn't delay enough, see? I guess if I mess it up, I think I just slam them down like that, and I put the Oki up and the fireball up. I think that's what I'm gonna do if I fuck up the combo. Oh my god, I'm not high enough. Not high enough. I didn't delay enough. Is this game worth the pre-order? I honestly cannot tell you. I have not played online like that. I don't want to play online until I learn a combo with this character. I mean, this character, like, especially when a lot of people are playing characters from last beta. If I go online now, I'm just gonna get smoked. Then I'm just gonna be like, bruh, this game mad. I'm just gonna get off. Fuck, bro. That's the problem about playing like new characters in a beta. Yeah, I'm gonna just do that. This is definitely what you're gonna end the combos with a lot. But if you have a spark thingy up, it's gonna ignite the thingy. I'll just get the just for him. Perfect. Everyone said Firelord is definitely easier than two forms. Really? Easier. Interesting. You see, I suck with characters that can't run. She can't run. But I don't know, man. Like, the same thing with Doom. Like, last Tokon beta, I played Doom. Because I want to get better at characters that can't run. I like characters that can't run. They're cool, but, like, I suck at them. There's never been a character in a fighting game that I like playing that can't run, other than, I guess, what? Johnny and Dr. Doom, I guess. I did play Johnny a lot, but now I play Lucy. I'm talking about First Strive. And Dr. Doom, he's a zoner, too. I don't even like zoners. She can definitely run. No, in Firelord stance. She can't run in Firelord stance. Oh, I guess you, yeah, if you count this. That does not count, though. Well, I guess it does. I'm talking about for Firelord stance, though. Can she use this in fire? I'm pretty sure she can, actually. That's a drive rush, yeah. That's a drive rush, bro. Just that she can jump cancel. Whatever, man. You get what I mean. Fuck.
Careful. Careful. Obvious. Watch your stanza.
Oh, is that her thingy? How does Korra's thingy work? Does she just get her ass beat and then she gets buffs? That's the typical, huh? Does she just get her ass beat and then she gets buffs for it? Is that really how Korra works? Just like the show? Fuck.
Careful.
What's up, Rack? How you doing, Rack? Fucking hell, why do I keep messing up this combo? I'm not delaying, man. I didn't delay enough. You have to delay this C move because this pulls them down. If you don't delay it, then well, it's gonna pull them down, slam them to the floor. You don't want them to slam them to the floor. Fuck. Didn't delay enough. Oh my god, why I suck at this damn character so much. Too low. Oh, I took too long. No, I delayed too long. Pretty sure focus the skill and execution character. I'm fine with that. Oops. Damn, I'm too low to the ground to dash. It's so annoying. If you're too low to the ground, you can't dash. Oh, okay. I think I have the timing for that part down. Oops. Damn it. When I do this, can I? Oh shit.
Watch yourself. Too slow.
Can I do this? This?
Too slow.
I think I can. I don't know. Damn it. Azula skill ceiling about to be crazy. I mean, this game's skill ceiling in general is pretty crazy. That's but I guess it would depend on the character, I guess. So they didn't hold back when it comes to combos and stuff. So you know how like most fighting games nowadays are like, got what, modern controls? This game doesn't even have any modern controls. The game has long combos, re-jumps and shit, crazy movement. Fuck. Yeah, a lot of combos drops. Yeah, it has combos. Why do you think I'm labbing for this long? I obviously don't usually lab for this long, because I don't usually have to. I haven't labbed for this long since like what, Fighters? Most game, like when I played Kenshiro and Fatal Fury yesterday, I labbed for 2 seconds. I was instantly doing crazy combos. They ain't hold back with this game. Fucking hell. Oops. I'm not leaving until I do this combo. Fucking hell, so close. There probably is an easier version of this, but who cares? I'm already so close to finishing it that like I gotta finish it. I didn't delay to see. You gonna have a secondary character? Nope. No. I wouldn't be labbing as hard if I was gonna have a secondary. This is that second rejump. That shit is crazy. I didn't. Fucking hell. The green motherfucker behind me? That's a glorp. That's a glorp, bro. I kidnapped Boger's glorp. Fuck is a glorp? You just used it. Goofy ass name. Man, you gonna call his name Goofy? That's fucked up. Fuck, I didn't delay. It's Isaiah. Ah, so close. Son. Got it. Oh, why was that so hard? That wasn't even hard, bro. It was just the fucking delays. I keep fucking them up. Let's go online. Now do it again. I am gonna fucking do it again. Let's get my ass kicked. I said not do it again. Let me pin this on YouTube real quick. PS5 settings working online now. The online wasn't working for PS5. What the hell? Oh no, that's not good. I'm back. How's the game so far? This is about to be my first match. I'm about to get my ass kicked real quick for the one time. I'm gonna use all black so I don't get confused with the enemy. She's starting in Fire Lord? You're ridiculous, bro. Yeah, GG's. Oh, nice. Oh. Oh, what? Oh, okay, I'm dead. Is it on PC? Yeah, it is. Oh, I'm in Firelord stance? What the fuck? Okay, I don't know any combos with this yet. Oh, her dash is different too. Oh, uh-oh. What the fuck? Did you see that? Wait, I chipped her out. You can add chip damages again? I didn't know that. Why am I hearing fireworks on the 2nd of July? Can we lock the fuck in, please? Wait, am I in Firelord still? Oh, I'm not. Oh, I am still in Firelord stance. What the hell? W. Yeah, Firecrabber does a ton of damage. I didn't even look at her health bar. I didn't know she was dying that fast. Oh, W, I won my first ring match. Or whatever match. Damn, so I guess you're gonna play majority of the match in Firelord stance, since if you lose literally one round, you just instantly you're in it. Oh, she mashed. Oh, she faked me out.
Impossible.
Azula kind of busted. What? Okay, son's been playing all day or something, because... Oh, that works? How the fuck am I supposed to know who's Flame Crab is who's? Sweep! Sweep! Rich people neighborhoods so fireworks go off early? That's crazy, Dickie. Bro said rich people neighborhoods so fireworks go off early. Like what the hell? What about me looks like like I'm rich? Like what? Oh shit. Wait, so how do I get the key thingies? I have to just hit her, right? Or something like that? Oh shit, grabs have like no recovery in this game. What? Okay, I cannot touch this guy because this guy's mashing like crazy. Come here, idiot. Yo, can we like fight or something? Or... Okay. Your setup is rich? Maybe because I reinvested what I made from this into it. My bad. I won't invest back into the stream. My bad. I'm gonna just pocket the fucking money, buy a Hellcat or something. Most said 100k PC. Y'all are unserious. Fuck, I'm dead. I don't know how to use Firelord stance yet.
Azula wins.
Oh my god, this guy knows combos with Firelord stance because he's always in it. I don't know anything about Firelord yet. I learned the base combo thinking that I was gonna be able to... I thought you only went to Firelord on the last round. But I guess if you lose a round, it would be the last round. So I guess that does make sense. I guess that does make sense.
Balance must be restored.
Also, can I use his fire carpet or like how does that work?
Watch your step. Time's up. Watch your step.
Oh, we teched. We teched those. We teched those.
Azula wins.
Dang, I feel a lot of people aren't playing Aang. Oh, you. Oh, that's unsafe as fuck. That's because Azula's the newest character. Most people are playing Azula. You wouldn't play the newest character, especially if you're like a content creator. Damn. I can't even see her. Holy shit, that tumble is crazy.
And I brought you down.
Let's find someone else. Okay, so it's came to my attention that I have to learn Fire Lord stance. I have no clue what to do in it, but let's lab it real quick. I don't know a single Fire Lord stance combo, but I guess I have to learn that shit. I thought the game's not out yet. This is an open beta. The last newest character for the, wait, no, it's a pre-order beta. Let me say that right. Last new character was Toph. So there was a lot of Tophs last beta. This time the newest character is oh shit. Go back to training. I need a Fire Lord stance combo. I don't know what to do in Fire Lord stance. I'm kind of just like trying to do the same combo, but it's not working. Give me a second. That was a corner combo. Let me do a mid screen first.
Is my BNB for Fire Lord.
So you can do oh my god, this training mode is gonna drive me insane, bro. Can I reset the thing, please? Thank you. Okay, yeah, that could work. Yo, Zulu fought GG's, dude. Yeah, I didn't know I have to learn Fire Lord stance. I completely forgot because I assumed that like you only go into Fire Lord stance on the last round, but then I realized, oh wait, this isn't Tekken. If you lose one round, you're already on the last round. So I was gonna learn Fire Lord stance later, but then yeah, I mean that was my first match, so I wasn't thinking about that part. I forgot, bro. I completely forgot. Can this thing reset, please? Why do they put the binds to reset like this? I don't get it. Thank you. To reset, it's X, Y, RB, and A instead of just one button, and I can't bind the button to something else. That's so silly, bro. You can just use the support. Nah, I don't want to waste the support on that. I don't think that's worth it. I feel like if you're gonna play Azula, bro, you gotta rock both, bro. Wait, what does this guy use to launch into here? What's jump cancel on Fire Lord? Oh, it's the same thing. Oh, that doesn't combo in Fire Lord stance. It's too slow. This thing has way too much startup. Okay, so I don't know if it's end a combo with then. Oh, he did this. This? Oh my god, please reset. Thank you. Oh, this leaves a flame carpet. Oh. Did you do this or this? I guess it would be this. This one puts it in front of you. This one just puts it where she is. Okay, so I guess if you're in Fire Lord stance, you end the combo with this. So you get the carpet. Okay, cool. Medium heavy, fly upwards. Medium heavy. I don't know if there's a day. This guy didn't put the inputs, so. Yo, I need to have a talk with these devs, bro, about this bind to reset training mode. X, Y, B, R, B, and A. Hold all of them. Like, what are we cooking here? Can we, like, please be for real? Wait, how does he do it? It's so weird. It's so weird, yeah. The manual super input is weird. What is the manual super input? I don't even have that binded. A, B, and C? Oh, I'm doing command inputs. I didn't know. Select is save state. Select, select, select. Oops, what'd I just do? My bad. Select. So that's in training settings. What? So you can select middle in the same position and select reset. I mean, select. I mean, I know this thing is here, but like, select the save state. Save state's right here. Oh, I see at the bottom. Huh. Yeah, but the bind is buns. I can't just put it one button. It's so weird. Because on my controller, I play on a Victrix Pro KO. So the button for me is different. Oh well. I wish I can bind it to R3 and L3, but oh well, it's fine. It's all good. I will just continue to do my shit. Wait, what does he do to send him upwards?
Ready, go.
Medium heavy. Oh my fucking goodness. Stop blocking, please. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my shit. 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 Oh, whoops, wrong character. Okay, that's medium. Oh, it sends them upwards. Okay. I see. So the combo would look like, what it would be like, it'll be something like, am I using the right one? It has to be medium. It has to be medium. Little lightning loops. Oh, I'm not even gonna bother with that yet. How the fuck does this guy do this combo? Light, medium, fly. Who was that? Oh, fly, light, medium, and heavy. Okay. It was light, medium, flow, upwards, light, medium. Yeah, okay, so it's like that. Okay, cool. Oh, that's not that bad. I don't think this game is low quality. Oh, wrong combo. It looks just like the show to me, which is good. I did it wrong. Is Daredevil worth playing? Yes, that character is broken. Fuck me, man. Whoa, wrong one. How the fuck does this guy do this? He does heavy, right? Or C, right? Let me see this.
Lord stance Azula. Okay, ready?
I don't want to miss out on damage. Korra has physics? Wait, what? Yo, quit your gooning. There we go. Got it. Okay. Wait, what do I end the combo with again? Oh, okay. This. Damn it. Why do I keep missing that part? Why do I keep messing up the air dash part? I mean, it does feel kind of weird to do on levelist, I can't lie, compared to doing down stick. Can I do it different way? Hold on. No, I have to fly diagonally. You look down, bro. You good? I'm perfectly fine. This combo's pissing me off. Fuck. I've gotten so many one and dones. Who are you playing? Who one and done to you? Who are you playing? There we go. Bow down. There we go. Puts the flame cover down under them so they can burn. Look how much burn damage that thing's doing. Okay, I think I'm ready to go play. Wait, let me do that into this. Small stuff and tick throwing. Oh, fuck. Do I do this? Fuck, that doesn't work. Damn, what can I do to combo into the lightning? What super combos into the lightning? What special combos into the lightning? Oh, it has to be that, I think. Okay, let's try this. Fire stuff. I was gonna use this. I was gonna use the medium version of that, but I don't know if it's gonna work. Let's see though. Oops. Why the fuck is that not working anymore? That would work. That would definitely work too. Yeah, it'll work. Okay, I need to not fuck up the super input though. I did quarter circle forward twice. Like I was playing Street Fighter. It's just quarter circle forward with 3 punch buttons in this game. Excuse me. Should I just fly down? I think flying down might be making it more consistent.
Easy.
Okay, but not do a split though. Oh wait, you can't. Well, if I do it twice, it's gonna take meter, wouldn't it? Oh wait, that's only in focus stance. Okay, never mind, I can't do that, never mind, because I'm using my air flight mid combo already. You can't use it twice in Fire Lord stance, I think. What? Fuck, that doesn't work. What about? Maybe I have to EX this? Is Azula your favorite character in Avatar? Probably. God damn it. This damn super. Because it works if I do it like this. Fuck it, let's go play. Okay. Okay, what were we saying? This is going, but they roll forward. Or so do that. I just throw.
New challenger. What's wrong?
Watch your step.
New challenger.
Can I fight someone else? Oh, finally. I don't want a mirror match. Bro, do you need sleep? You're starting to look like Itachi. Okay. Why are all my chats normal except my TikTok chat, bro? I've had these bags under my eyes for ages, bro. What the fuck is he doing? Oh, hell no! Careful. What the hell? Son! What the? Yo, get your ass over here! What is that damage? What? What the fuck is this? No, I'm not playing this game. Yo, this game is getting refunded. This game is about to get refunded. What? He has trade. Why the fuck? Where the fuck did my health go? Why does that do that much damage? What is that damage? What? Yo, what? Wait, this character is so cheese. What is that damage?
Be restored.
No, bro. But what is that damage? Can I play the game? Damn, how does this character work? Bruh, he was not doing this shit in the show, yo. Oh, this character looked broken, bro. What? Is he even like... What? This character looks so broken. What is this? Every time you do the sword does more damage. There's no limit. Oh, so the devs lost their fucking minds. Do I just grab when he does that shit? Why does that anti... Oh my god. What is that damage? Son, what? I will get my ass off this game right now. What is that damage? No, bro. Oh my god, if that'll fucking hit me. Bro, what is this character, bro? Why can't I fucking hit him? Oh my fucking god, bro. What? Oh my fucking goodness. Bro, what is this character? Why does it do that much damage? Holy shit, bro, this guy needs to burn. He did not do this shit in the Why does that cross up, bro? Oh my god, it low profiles. Oh my fucking god. Get your ass over here, boy. Stop fucking running. This fucking character, bro. What is this? Oh my fucking god. What is that damage? Yo, that was the most baby mode combo for that much damage. Yo, this character is so corny. This fucking character is gonna drive me insane.
Careful.
That destroys my fucking thing. What? Come here, kid. Die. Die. What the fuck is that? What the fuck? Oh, hell no. Fuck this. Motherfucker make me angry, IRL. Motherfucker gonna make me IRL. You think Azula can get angry? I'm about to get angry. What the fuck? Burn his ass.
Challenger.
Here, kid. Burn his ass, bro. Fuck that kid. Come here, kid. I'm not losing no damn brats. We're not losing no damn brats. Your god shot is all. This is nothing. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, you. No Appa assist, we trolling? What does the Appa assist do? Oh shit. Oh, this motherfucker's numbers are gigantic. I gotta tech chase these motherfuckers, bro. Fireball. Oh man.
Now what to do with you?
It gives him crazy combo routes, does it?
Balance must be restored. Begin.
Is this game worth buying? I'm having fun. Fuck, oh my god. You can't tech chase in this game. Oh nah. The fucking dash macro isn't fucking strive coded. Oh nah. Bro, I need this shit, bro. Die, kid. The dash macro doesn't tech chase.
Round two. Begin.
This ain't strive. Got in delay. Ooh. God, his nomos are so long.
Spirits on my side.
Oh, what the?
Impossible.
Does the game got robot? Yeah.
I can also do this.
So you do throw
Begin.
fireball that rolls with them? Hold on, hold on. Counter it. Oh wait, I'm in Firelord stance. Oh my god, why did you not turn around? Oh my god. Die, kid. Okay, so that's what you said do or throw
Even a player.
fireball rolls with them? Live action. Being serious? You gonna move? We are getting a live action. Live action just got announced. What are you talking about? Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, there's a live action already. What? I cut the clip the moment it said come here, kid. Let me see it. I'll look at it after this. Yeah, these motherfuckers love taking around out of this corner. Wait, so what is this dance thing you do? Oh, that's not good. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, can I play the game? Oh no, you played the last beta. Yeah, you played the last beta, I get it. You better not lose. Man, nah, he played the last beta, I can tell.
You hesitated, and I brought you down.
Oh nah, 3-0, that's bodied. That is bodied right there. Oops, I didn't mean to press that. Man's getting 3-0'd. To a different stage.
Balance must be restored.
Oh my god, this character is so annoying, bro. Oh my, his gnomes are so long. Traded.
Thought you'd win.
The burn damage is stacking up though. Like if you look, like if you actually like take a look at how much burn damage this guy's taking, he's actually fucking burning to death. Oh my goodness. After the latest see. Yeah, Zoom's come back to memory.
Still mulling it over.
Let's try someone else.
New challenger.
This is the same guy.
What's wrong?
You can't jump cancel that? Oh, you can.
New challenger.
Sonic Fox. This is actual Sonic Fox. Log it. Is it actually him? For them?
Balance must be restored. Begin.
We're about to find out. Yep. Oh, GG's. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Why do you got these? Oh, he can't block chip. That's them? Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, what is this? Triple rejumps? Oh no. You can combo that? I didn't know you can combo that. Fuck.
True power is something obvious. Balance must be restored. Begin!
No.
What's wrong?
I don't know the combo for that. Ah! Yo! Let's go.
Almost isn't. Don't flatter yourself. Round 2. Begin.
Oh no. Bro, is that a quadruple reach? Why do you got those? What the fuck? Oh no. Oh no. Why do you got those? Yo. Was that a quadruple reach? Why do you have that this early? I can only do 2. I can only do 2. Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm in Fire Lord stance. What if I'm tripping? Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm dead as fuck. Ah!
Now,
Repeat and Tremo learning that? Why do you have this already? Oh my god, even from an air to air? Oh. Oh no.
almost isn't.
Did we see the match so over? Oh my. Oh fuck. I'm super dead. Bro, it was so much that they got unbalanced. Why should I tickle if you're not gonna read the comments? I am reading the comments. I'm busy fighting. Oh my goodness. Sonic giving you the Tokon preview. Yo, shut your bitch ass up. Some of the Tokon preview. Some of the Tokon preview, bro. Where the hell are you at? Son.
You done?
Bruh, yeah, my TikTok chat's almost some, why are you streaming here if you're not gonna read the chat? Like, I'm not fucking fighting Sonic Fox. Like, fuck. Oh my god, that burn damage is crazy. Oh, brother. Fuck. Fuck, I forgot she can do that. Oh, shit. Sage him, do something and help is crazy. Oh my. Bro. So, when do I get to play the game? Zapped. Oh. Oh. Fuck. Oh, that's not good. You don't? Oh, okay. My bad. Okay, yeah.
I hope I never.
So, when can I play the game?
When you block! Oh my, wake up. When you block. Oh my, okay.
When can I play the game? Fuck. Bro said just block, like he not gonna crack it. Fuck. Sonic sounds like this guy. This guy. Oh my god, I don't know what crosses up on Azula yet. Oh, brother.
Almost isn't.
Just block. That combos? I didn't know that combo. That's pretty sick.
Impossible.
It's fine. Just steal his combos. Okay. Oh. Oh, brother. Oh, what type of setup? That beats tech roll. I think I have to enhance it. Son, I'm back in the other corner. Fuck. Praise how you do less in your combo than him. Just to do what? Fuck. Oh my lordy. What is this combo? What the? Oh my god, he pressed the button after he attacked. Pokemon got works so hard, leave the same damage as Fire Lord being. I mean, I think you start with key though, no? Oh fuck. You start with like I think 2 key or something like that. If you use focus mode. Or 1, something like that. I don't remember. I know Fire Lord starts with Fuck. Fire Lord starts with more health though. Oh my god, what is this setup? Bro, what are the what is her anti-air? I don't even know what her anti-air is. I forgot to lab what her anti-air is. I think it's just H though. Oh, I'm dead as fuck. Oh, I died to chip. It's just 5C? Yeah, I figured. Because 2H doesn't do that. 2Hs are slide.
Balance must be restored. Begin.
Oh, fuck. Bro. Oh. Anti-aired me. Throw Sonic Fox? Yes. Oh, got me out the... Oh, shit. I gotta learn that part of the combo. So I didn't know you could extend that part. Fuck.
You miscalculated.
He's doing all that in no, he's not in Fire Lord. Yeah, he's not in Fire Lord. He's using the thing where you stay in focus stance. Ooh, I think I can get a combo for that. Ow. Fuck. Fuck. No!
I lost. I must find the avatar. Round 2.
Oh, nah, I'm about to press heavy. Fuck it. Cross me up. I'm dead as hell. Oh, it does. You can't jump cancel the... I thought you can jump cancel the fireball if you EX it. You can't. Alright, GG's. Oh, man. Made it there. Drop low-key selling. Bro, I thought you could do this and then jump cancel it. It has to be the turnaround move. It has to be. Are you using a controller? Yes. I'm using a Victrix Pro KO. Where am I? Ducking what?
Balance must be restored.
Oh. Ooh. What? Oh, I tried to get the side switch. Wait, so if it's the enemy trap, it's gonna be red, I think.
Win.
What's my playstyle? What's my playstyle? I don't fucking know what my playstyle is in this game. It's my first time playing. I think I can combo off that. The beta just opened. This is a new character.
Almost didn't.
Oh, you hella aggressive? Playstyle overall? Oh. I usually play Shotos, so like, kinda. Holy shit, what the fuck was that? I definitely don't play zoners. Oh, what? I jabbed. I think you can combo off of that. I don't know. Was it faded?
Fear is the only reliable way.
How's the game? The game is fun.
Balance must be restored. Begin.
I'm starting to get confused who I am because I usually use black. Oh fuck. Oh, what that traded? Oh fuck. Wait, what debuff do you get if you burn out in this game?
Round two.
Oh fuck, I did it wrong. Oh fuck, I keep doing it wrong. Why do I keep messing it up? Is he just gonna... There we go. I like the art style. Art style game is fun. Do you know if there's any way to change movement keys in this game?
Final round.
I'm not used to arrow keys. Not that I know of, no. Fuck, I keep messing it up. Oh shit. That shit is evil, bro. You deadass just grabbed a person, you just slammed them into the fire and they just burn. That shit's fucked up. It's so satisfying, but it's fucked up low key. Oh my god, you can use a normal after that. I didn't know that.
Impossible. I must
It's
find
fine if
all the
Sokka's though.
doors.
Fuck Sokka. Okay, my man lagged. Goddamn.
I hope I never have to. Balance must be restored. Begin. Too slow. Too slow.
What the fuck? Oh, do I have to catch them before they fall? Yeah, I think I do. There we go. Does the fire on the ground do anything? No, it burns the hell out of them. If I ignite it, it burns the hell out. It does crazy burn damage. It's not ignited on the floor, but if I ignite it, it does crazy burn damage. Fuck. I pressed medium after that. I think I have to, yeah, dash backwards.
Too slow. Too slow. What's wrong?
Fuck. I keep forgetting that if I lose a round, I go into... Oops. I keep forgetting if I lose a round, I go into Fire Lord stance. Fuck. Nice. We playing Azula Mirrors? That's because she's the newest character. She just came out a few hours ago. Why would we not play Azula?
Balance must be restored. Begin.
Oh my god, this guy's so laggy. Oh wow. Watch your toes.
Impossible. Don't flatter yourself. Round 2. Begin.
Music taste and choice. Yeah, you should wait till it's Song Request night. That'll be ruined instantly. When I do Song Request night, that's instantly ruined. My chat don't know ball, sadly. What the fuck? Oops.
Almost isn't. Don't flatter yourself.
Azula wins.
Final round. Begin.
Uh-oh. Oh, what? You went the wrong way, Azula. Slow escape. What does that do? I don't even know what that does. I haven't played the last beta. So like all this, most of the system mechanics in this game, I don't know.
Lost. You miscalculated. You should have feared me more. Balance must be restored. Begin.
Oh fuck! I didn't run in. Let me dash up. Sniped him out of the air.
Impossible. Thought you'd win. Round 2. Begin.
Oops. Fuck. Oh, I don't do that on block. Doing that on block is not it. Doing that on block is not it.
Final round. Begin.
Oh, I had a combo there. Ooh, that fire is crazy.
Almost isn't. You
That fire is crazy.
should have feared me more.
That fire is crazy. Okay, I need to know what I can combo this off of. Hold on. Oh, not this. Combo is good shit. Oh, thanks.
Slow. Watch your step.
No, fuck, I don't want to queue yet.
Show you lightning.
I mean, do that.
Here's where we say.
If the Tokon Bay doesn't have training mode, we're riding. I'm not gonna lie. If the Tokon Beta does not have training mode, we are riding. Now, what is the combo for this?
New challenger.
Better have Loki too. If it's the Evo build, it's probably gonna be Magneto, Magic, Wolverine. They said plus Blade. Who else was that Evo build? I don't remember. I played the shit and I don't remember. I played the shit and I don't remember. Storm. Danger. Oh, danger. Yes, danger. Of course, Storm was there. What's up, Quantum? Oh, you could do that? But how do I do it? Oh, the trap has to be on the floor, right? For the elemental surge. Oh, that's how that works. It's pretty strict timing. I gotta learn how elemental surge works. Hold on. I don't know the system mechanics of this damn game, bro. Where is it? Oh, I guess it's just in character. If Azula hits an opponent by igniting an ember patch outside of a combo, she gains 1 energy point. Schemer. Oh, this game dropped? It dropped today. Well, this is a pre-order beta. The game doesn't drop till like the 24th. Impressive. That's the throw. That's the lightning. Our Lord stance. Wait, I don't get it. Wait, so how do I do it? How do I make this hit? Sometimes this thing does twice. I'm not. Oh. Oh, it's a just frame. I see. Got to press it twice. Oh, that's not that bad. That's not that bad. 204A. A can do it as well. Oh, it can. Okay, the A one seems pretty hard though. I mean, you just basically press it twice though, no? I think you just press it twice, no? I mean, that's all I'm doing. I mean, there's like a brief hold to it, but like... But I see how you can mess it up. The B one seems pretty easy, though. What is the window for it? Oh, it's 2-frame window. But I see how you mess it up. I mean, when you keep playing it, you're used to this. Is literally day one. This is literally day one. You'll be fine. Lock in. Wait a sec. I'm gonna throw into a DM real quick. My nose. Alright. Yeah, it was danger. I don't think you're gonna get it. Just frame and EX. Yeah, I didn't realize this had a just frame on it. I thought I know that one, but no, not that one. I know the lightning has one.
Challenger.
And what is the other one?
Your doom.
Fuck. The just frame of the lightning is kind of hard. There we go. I just did it. I'm not saying combos at all. I feel like nothing connects, unlike Street Fighter. If anything, most people that play Street Fighter feels like nothing connects.
Challenger.
A easier way to look at it is that if you're trying to do like air combos and stuff, you gotta know what's like jump cancelable. Some specials are jump cancelable. It tells you. Like for Azula, it says right here, EX prestigious flash. This says jump cancelable. If you're trying to do air combos at least, but some stuff just like you can just tell it gives more hits done. Like see that? Like look how look at the juggle state she's in. Like she's in the air for a while. Or like let's say I do this one. Oops. It's just not hard. There we go. Is the window bigger if you do medium? No, it's not. That's Sculpium. They're both 2-frame window. Like, just look at the juggle states and like counter hits and stuff. Stuff like that, you know? Like, you just gotta freestyle that shit, honestly. Just play the game and you'll like get that shit down, trust. It was a little early.
Challenger.
Love ABC. Wait, what character? This looks so good. Yeah, this game is sick. Okay, what else did I want to test? I don't have a combo for not lightning. I don't have a combo for this. Oops. I gotta reset the whole thing. I don't have a combo for a super.
Show you lightning.
Should I make one? I don't know. What was it again? Oh, it was BC. Delay BC. That's what it was.
New challenger.
I should really cancel the queue. Can I cancel the queue from here? Fuck, I have to switch all the way to training mode. That's so annoying. Bruh. I have to go all the way to the main menu and go to training mode. Azula's fun fire lord feels strong. While optimal focus mode seems oppressive. Yeah, it is oppressive. I keep forgetting what stance I'm in sometimes. It's actually like driving me insane. Like sometimes I'm just straight up forgetting what stance I'm in. I feel like you at the start you should do focus, and then like I guess later down the line, I guess like once the game is out and once like you've been playing Azula for a long time, I think you can start using fire lord stuff. I think longer traps is better than staying focused, but because right now like you're learning two characters if you're doing fire lord and the regular one. But I mean that's just my preference or my opinion. But I like fire lord, so like I don't know. I feel like if you're gonna play Azula, I feel like you gotta use both. Come on, bro. That shit is just too sick to not use. That shit's too sick, bro. But I don't know. I don't think I can do that with this combo. Yeah, I don't think I can do it with this combo. Yeah, I can't do that with this combo. Did I follow it? I think if you're learning Azula, I think focus is the way. I keep messing it up. I'm not delaying enough. Fuck. Why do I keep messing this up? Do I hold forward? Wait, I think I do have to hold forward. Oh no, you can just tap it. Do I have to press AA or can I do AB? Oh, I don't think it matters. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Fuck. Hey, I can't do that combo with this. So if I do it like this, this works. I keep messing up the last part though. Yeah, I see that whiffs. If I do the dash cancel part whiffs if I do it with that extender. So I need a new combo because this won't work. Oh my god, why mess this up? I'm not delaying enough. Oh, I saw Justin was playing earlier. Who is he playing? Fuck. Who's Justin playing? Sokka! Fucking Justin, bro. I gotta have a talk with Justin. That gross character, bruh. That gross character, bruh. I wanna learn Firelord shit. Firelord is just too sick, bro. I've been all Emperor's been alive for 20 minutes. Bro, this fucking character is sick, bro. Gross cause he's black. What the fuck are you talking about? Wait, can I? Oh, when she's in Firelord stance, she doesn't have the just frame? Oh my god, she doesn't. Yikes. Interesting. She doesn't have the just frame. Yeah. Yeah, she doesn't have it also on the lightning either, because the lightning is faster. Damn, none of her skills. What was the combo I was doing? Oh, it was this. It was AB, AB. I gotta use the fire. I heard they nerfed Zuko. K7 said they nerfed Zuko. I don't know what they nerfed though. How are their inputs? Their actual command inputs. Oh. I'm just freestyling. Can I do this? Oh shit. That doesn't work, damn it. There was a combo they did in the trailer with that. It was like a low. Thoughts on 2X? I love that game. What's wrong with 2X? Nah, I gotta look at the trailer again. There was a combo they did from a low that was really good. Or at least looked sick. Azula trailer.
True power is something I was born with. Careful.
Time's up. Oh, you can do that? I didn't even look at that yet. That wasn't even a just frame version, right? There's a just frame on this as well. Oh wait, I'm in Fire Lord stance. Fuck. I keep forgetting, bro. Oh my god. Give me a second. Oh man, bro. See, like I keep playing matches and I'm forgetting what stance I'm in sometimes. Like I just don't look at her. There we go. Okay, so what was it? What was the combo they did in the thing? Can't switch stances mid fight? No. Heavy. Oh, that's the just frame version. Oh, that's a hard combo then. Oh, that probably does crazy damage though. Oh, that's like her. That's like Azula mastery shit. There we go. So after that, you do this, and that actually combos. What is the frame window? Isn't it one frame? It's one frame. It's literally one frame. You see this white glowing on the frame data bar right there? It's a one frame. It's literally one frame. Oh my god. There we go. And it puts a flame trap on the floor so that like you can like, yeah. Sheesh. Wow, that's gonna be hard to do. God damn it. This is an auto combo? I didn't know there was auto combos in this game. I mean, I'm not using that shit. Oh god. There you go. Oh, Vin Smoke. Yo, I appreciate all the follows, guys. There we go. One frame link. Fuck. There we go. Wait, what do you do after that though? I tried the jab, it didn't let me. I guess that's the end of the combo. Oh shit, look at the swerve. God damn, she's moving.
Time to meet your doom.
Take this. Longer traps. Combo's sick.
You're a quitter and a loser.
I wonder who they got to film these. Like all these combos and shit. I wonder who. It's probably someone from the FGC, but I wonder who it is. Could be Justin. Justin's a tester. I don't think it's Justin though. I don't think Justin plays Azula.
How dare you! I'm about to celebrate becoming an only child.
Becoming an only child is ridiculous. Wait, does that actually work? What? Let me look at this again. Does this actually work?
Celebrate becoming an only child.
Does the fireball part actually OTG? Gotta go Firelord stance. Give me a second. Focus stance is cool, but like Firelord stance is just so cool. I can't imagine not using that shit. Oh fuck, it does. OTG means on the ground. So if someone's knocked down in this game, it'll pick up and you can keep comboing after you knock them down. Oh, that's fucking crazy. It does. I don't know what you can get after that though. Your Pukin style firewall. Literally. It actually does. But these trailers hit different now that I actually have my hands on the character. So I can actually understand what the fuck they're doing. What? She did medium heavy or BC? Huh. Interesting. Let me try that real quick. Oh, I'm not close enough. Is that heavy? Can't be the heavy version. Hold on. I think they're using medium. Okay, that might actually be the heavy version. Oh, it's not. It's medium. Yeah, I gotta be closer though. You can't jump cancel this, so how the fuck? How the fuck did she do this? Hold on. How? Oh, that's light heavy. I'm stupid. This is light or A. I don't know why it's called A, B, C, D instead of just light, medium, heavy, and flow, but whatever. This is light heavy. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, wait, maybe it doesn't make sense. How the fuck did you have enough time to do that? Oh, this combo just doesn't work anymore from the trailer. We miss you? Oh my lordy, please leave. Do that, I guess. Why is my hero telling me to leave? Brother. You guys are obsessed, bro. You guys are so obsessed with me. Just, like, move on. I'm not playing that game again, bro. Lock the fuck in, bro. Their comic conversion after projectile was actually pretty. Yeah, this shit is tight as fuck. Dude, what? Son. He hates me? Oh god, this dude's parasocial, bro. Bro, lock the fuck in, bro. Like, what? It's been like fucking 8-7 months, bro. I'm never playing that game again. Like, grow up. Fuck, that part does not work. A cock contraband. What is... Bro, on my screen it says cock contraband, bro. What? A what? Okay, this part is tight as fuck. I'll try and do it another day. That shit is tight. I don't think this move hit stunts for as long as it did in this trailer anymore because medium, jump cancel, light, heavy. This shit does not work anymore. This shit does not hit stun for nowhere near as long anymore. Oops. This shit does not work anymore. My thumb is so repressing reset so much. This does not hit stun for nowhere near as long anymore. You can't do this combo anymore. Or this ender. This combo is sick. What was this medium? What was that? Oh, A, B, C. And then what? I think the light version. What do you do after that? Again? Do the same thing again? Oh, it is light. How the fuck did you do that? What? Oh, it does work. Okay, so it's like this. Oh, we gotta be close though. Cool. That actually works. You gotta do light for both of them. Light. A, B, C. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, quarter circle back to end it. This one, okay. Ah, okay. Let's go with Azula. I think you gotta be really close though. Like if you do it from like this distance, it won't work. You gotta be like pretty close. So like you'll probably do something like I don't know. Damn, why is that? It'll work in the corner. Holy shit, that damage. Like look how much damage the carpet is doing. Like actually though, look at the damage of this carpet. That actually racks up pretty fast. Like she's just burning like crazy. I don't know if you burn more the longer you're on it, but is it ranking up? No, it's not. Look at the burn. It's just crazy. Like people would be ignoring the burn. Like when I was fighting Sonic Fox, I burned him to death. One of the rounds, I burned him to death. He lost like, I barely did combos, but he mostly lost his health because he was on the trap just burning. It was hilarious. Light attack combos. Light attack make combo skills so hard. I mean, I imagine. Okay, well that's a combo I stole from that video. Nice. Jesus Christ, bro.
Sorry, it has to end this way.
You can do that into level 3.
End this way. Here's where we say goodbye. Pathetic where we say
Actually works.
you were never even a player.
Okay, I stole what I wanted. I got that low combo. I stole what I wanted from the video. the music back on. Pretty nasty if I see a match record. A what? A what? A what? A what? A what, mate? A what, mate? No, I know what you meant. I'm just trolling you. A what, mate? It's 11 o'clock. Damn. It's 11? Holy shit. Yikes. I did wake up late again, but that's because I streamed for long last night again.
New challenger.
Time flies when you laugh for 5 minutes. More like 50. Just more like 50. PM PS5 still broken? Why is your... Oh, I thought you said your PS5 was broken. You meant like the servers. I was about to say like, what? The hell happened to your PS5? Ooh. Oh, brother. Oh, I tried to burn him to death. Is there a zone in this game? I normally play zones, but it doesn't seem like one. Not yet. I don't think there's one yet. I wouldn't know the answer to that. Because I haven't, like... Oops. Because I haven't played this game that much. I haven't played this game that much just yet. Not if you DoorDash me, your combo will be true. What the fuck? You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy, bro. Oh, what is this lag? No, some of the lag spikes are crazy on this game. Motherfuckers are just lagging. Yeah, this guy's laggy as hell. How do I see rollback frames?
You miscalculated.
How much is this game? $30. It's not out yet though. If you want to play, this is a pre-order beta. What I'm playing right now. Damn. Her top moves craziness. She does. Perfect.
True power is something I was born.
He's mashing that start button. Damn. Relax.
Impossible. Don't flatter yourself. Round
I thought I was in Fire Lord stance. Fuck.
Almost isn't.
I keep thinking I'm in Fire Lord stance. It's getting me killed. Like I route the wrong combo because I keep thinking I'm in Fire Lord.
You will never rise from the ashes of your shame and humiliation.
Maybe I am a Fire Lord user. Damn! Oh my god. He want that rematch badly. My man want that rematch badly. Holy shit. We're feeding for a rematch. Holy shit. It's not that deep. Relax, bro. Holy fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna try starting Fire Lord. I'm enjoying Fire Lord a lot. This shit is too fun, bro. I love Fire Lord.
Balance must be restored.
Oh my fucking eye. Shit. Thinking about eyelash in my eyeball. Oh, wow. Oh. I forgot the EX one is the one that goes downwards. In normal stance, the light one goes downwards.
Balance must be restored.
Oh, nice. You went low. How you feel about this game? This game is fun as hell.
Azula wins. Round 2.
Fuck. Blessing it.
Azula wins.
Oh yeah, Katara? Katara has some crazy buttons. That's the combo I just stole from the video. Oh, fuck. I need an anti-ult. Is that plus? I have no clue. I should probably check. I have no clue if that's plus.
Balance must be restored. Begin. Azula wins. Round 2.
Oh, he went low. Fucking Tyrone Bigums. What a name. Oh, fuck me, man. I hit the wrong button.
Azula wins.
I got an anti-air in this game. I'll be forgetting the anti-air. God. Oh, fuck, that caught me. Is there air grabs in this game? I have no clue.
You should have feared me more.
Should be.
Must be restored. Begin.
There is? Oh, fuck. Oh my god, I messed up. Didn't Azula do one in the trailer? Which one?
Round 2. Begin.
That was a floor grab. That was a reset. I did a reset into the lightning. That was pretty sick. Oh, fuck.
Final round.
Final round. Oh, shit. I don't think you can jump cancel that, so I shouldn't do that. More of a neutral move. Zapped. Don't get zapped. Zapped again. Don't get zapped. Don't get zapped.
You miscalculated.
We zapping motherfuckers today. Is it unblockable? Correct. I think the super one is. The one I'm doing there, I think that one's blockable, but I could be wrong. Fuck. I be forgetting. There's no reason to charge this thing. Well, if I want to delay, but I don't have to charge this thing since it doesn't have the just frame. Holy shit. Oh, it's overheaded me. Fuck. Oh, I did it wrong. I was trying to. I'm trying to experiment with like faint cancel into lightning in the air, but I don't think it's worth doing. Flow into lightning is what I'm trying to experiment with, but I don't think it's worth. Look, he's burning to death. Look at the burn damage. He has 1 HP now. He just burned so much in that corner. Oh man, the burn is crazy. Zapped. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. I'm zapping motherfuckers. Oh, fuck. Fucking Tyrone Bigums. Oh, fuck, you went low. Oh, what? Can I dash backwards? Oh, dash backwards won't let me. Yeah, I love Firelord stance. This shit is so fun. This shit is so fun. GG's, that was my monkey. Oh, bro, I didn't see the 7TV emote. I'm like, what? GG's, dude. Okay, rest your good night. Good night, dude. Oh, what the fuck? I messed up the combo. Wait, they have Sokka? I'm about to do these benders?
Was that
That motherfucker does dumb damage, bro. You be surprised. Oops, wrong button. Oh, this armor is so corny. Oh, fuck no. Oh, hell no. Oh, what?
impossible?
And that's when the final round
Holy shit. Cooked.
You will never rise from the ashes of your shame and humiliation.
Shame and humiliation, damn.
balance must be restored.
Too slow.
I thought I was in Fire Lord stance. Whoops.
What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong?
Why you beating up a granny? Somebody gotta do it. If not me, who else?
You're a
Azula
quitter
wins.
and a loser.
If not me, who else? Did she just duck my grab? Son,
Tough enough to stop the rock?
the fuck does that do? Oh, you're a cringe bag. She just cheesed me.
Lost.
I am Melon Lord. Final
You wanna get him banned? What's your username, Big L? I wanna ban you. What's your username? I keep messing up the combo.
Fear is the only reliable
There, I'm
way.
banned. Okay, I think I'm a Fire Lord enjoyer. I think I'm a Fire Lord enjoyer, chat. I think I'm a Fire Lord stance enjoyer. Thank you. No problem, dude. When does the game come out? Later this month on the 24th. I think I'm a Fire Lord enjoyer. Did you read why you got banned? Let me see. Okay, I see it, but don't do that again. Yeah, I think I'm a Fire Lord enjoyer. I think fuck the base dance. Fire Lord is just too fun, bro. That shit is too hype. It's just too hype, bro. It's just way too hype, bro. Now, the only issue about Fire Lord is that I don't get some of the conversions I don't think aren't that good as the regular one. Because you don't get like the just frame conversions and stuff. Oh, I wish you can do that.
New challenger.
Easy.
This character is so fucking cool, bro.
New
This character is too fucking cool, man. How long are you? How are you playing, by the way? Content creator privilege? Nah, it's a paid beta. Paid pre-order beta. If you pre-order the game, you get access to the beta right now. Are those trailers only trailers that be out when it releases? Nah, there's gonna be more. He's still burning. Look at him. He's still burning. He's still burning. Oh, I could do that. Conversions. I didn't know I could do that.
round 2.
Okay, I actually know conversions for that now. That's nice. Bro said, get down.
I've lost sight.
Bro burning. Bro burning. We burning these fellas up in here, chat.
Sword.
Oh, what the fuck? I tried to grab. He burning. Oh, he's 1 HP. Die, kid.
Uncle, I've disappointed.
Fuck your uncle. No, I'm joking. I'm about to get fucking put in a 10-piece combo by Iroh when you get in this game. I'm about to get put in a 10-piece combo by Iroh when he get in this game. That mouth breathing he about to do, that shit about to be dangerous. Is that a counter? What is that? I don't know what that is. Bro's Tom about to be drinking tea. Yo, chill.
Balance must be restored.
Lost.
Azula wins. Round 2.
This shit look like. This shit. Hold on. This shit look like a game I played 10 years ago on Nick Games. I mean, it's supposed to be like the art style from the show. It's supposed to look like this. It looks really good. Bro, I'm sick of people complaining about the art style. The game look good. I like the way the game look. It looks just like the show. If you actually watch the Avatar: The Last Airbender, you say this shit looks sick. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. This shit look good to me. Did he just break dance on my shit? What the fuck? Did he just break dance on my shit?
Begin.
Oh, I tried it. I was trying to put lightning in the combo, but that doesn't work, sadly. I need some lightning loops. I'm glad it looks like this. I like it. Like, I don't know. I like it, bro. Like, I don't know. I think the game look good, bro. They can say what they want. This should look fire. I tried to grab. Oh shit. You're open. I can show you open. Oh fuck. Oh, nice tag. This looks just like the show. Yeah, that looks good, no? Like I don't know why I keep hearing people complain about the art style. I mean, maybe because people are spoiled by like Arxis.
No, my honor.
I'm about to celebrate.
You should play Huntress.
Only child.
She probably gonna whip me. She played last beta.
Store. Begin.
I grabbed. That's cheese. That's the wrong button. I need more combos.
Uncle, I've disappointed you.
What controller are you using? Do X one controller. It should be Victrix Pro KO. That's the wrong button. Combo I'm doing is too expensive. The combo I'm doing is too expensive. I need to learn a combo that doesn't take this much meter. So I can't even super because I'm using too much meter.
Only child.
Cool. GG.
I gotta put some Fire Lord stance combos. Give me a second. Oh, this combo is sick. I don't know what the inputs are for this. Let me see if I can just freestyle it. Hold on. Wait, what is it? Motherfuckers like, okay, man, whatever. Hold on. Which one did he do? God, dude. I love posting combos with no inputs. Hold on. What's this? What's that, medium? Oh, lordy, hold on. You have more with Tokon? That game's not even out yet. No one has it. Somebody has it, they fucking cheating. Or they fucking hacked the game or something. Like, what? That game's not out yet. No one has it. Better not have it. What the hell? Why is my meter not refilling? What? What? Oh, wait. On. There we go. Oh, shit. I don't know which version of the lightning he's using. Air throw combos. You see this? Oh shit. Now we're talking. Oh my god, it's burned him out though. He spent so much that it burned him out. I wouldn't do all that though. That would burn you out. It looks cool though. This is gonna fucking burn you out though. What is the move? Now it's that. Oh yeah, that's like us. Okay. What does burnout do? I have no clue what a burning out in this game does. I think you just can't use actually I can look. Unbalanced state. Here it is. A fighter becomes unbalanced when they have completely exhausted their flow gauge. While unbalanced, all actions involving the flow button are disabled. When receiving damage, every hit is treated as a counter hit. Oh hell no! Oh hell no! What? All throws received become critical throws. Every knockdown becomes a hard knockdown. Oh fuck! That's worse than burnout. What? That's worse than burnout. That's literally worse. That's literally worse. That was my stream horizontal. Just press the button. There's like a button at the right middle of the screen. That's worse than burnout. What the fuck? They're basically free eats. Yeah. Yeah, don't let that happen to you because you're free eats when that happens. All right, back to the combo I was doing. What do I do after that? I don't know the input, and I don't know which version of lightning he's using. Oh, it's light. Okay. It's light. Lightning. H. H6H. 6H. Okay, H6H. Light, medium. Light, lightning. Okay. Light, medium, light, lightning. Okay, this combo's a lot of fucking inputs. I do that, right? How the fuck do I get this to connect? Yo, Mark, thanks for the prompt. I appreciate it. Thank you. Lightning. Oh, I'm doing it wrong. How the hell? I don't know the freaking inputs. This is so annoying. Sometime next week, sometime probably in like 3 days. I'm probably gonna do it on the 4th of July or maybe the 5th. Yeah, I don't know the inputs. I don't know the inputs for this combo. Got him very much earlier. Azula was hitting some crazy jump combo like 4 to 5. Yeah. Were you fighting Sonic Fox or something, or? Oh, this is a good loop. What is inputs for this? 2C, hold on. Yeah, sounds about right though. Some of these Azulas are already pretty crazy. Some people have been playing since morning. 236C? Oh, 236C. Okay. Dash 5 ABC. Okay. Can you die to a fire for it? No, it leaves at 1 HP. Five ABC. Oh, 236B for the second one. 236A. Oh, so it's getting lower and lower. I was a huge fan. Oh, I appreciate that, dude. Hope you're doing well. You should play Multi Blood. I've played Multi Blood before. I have videos on the second channel playing Multi Blood. Why the hell she turn around? Did you see that? Super at the end of that? Oh, I guess I could super. So it looked like this. Why am I getting turned around? I think I'm walking up too far. Whoops. How does it work again? Oh, it's that input. I got a pre-order, play the beta, yes. There we go. That is so much damage. This one does more damage, I think. Hey, let's see. Holy, I think if you walk up too far after you do this, it side switches. Let's see how much damage this does. 550. You play regular stance? I played a little bit of regular stance earlier. I think I like Fire Lord more though. They're both really cool though. $550. Let's compare it to this. Oh wow, that one does 1 extra damage. This does 549. That's so crazy to me. This character is so fucking sick, man. Anyway, back to what I was doing. You tested out other characters? I tested out the other characters last beta. Does this do more damage? 128. 128. Oh, I see. Okay. Let's try this combo. Ain't nobody playing Sokka except Brian F. Who the fuck wants to play Sokka though? Justin's been playing Sokka apparently. Yeah, I found a stronger BNB for mid screen. Medium. Is that medium? Medium. Medium, light, medium. Light, medium, jump medium. Light, medium, medium. Sokka was beating my ass earlier. Character's annoying as shit. God damn it. Oh, I see. Okay. So. Oh my god, I wish I can like reset the thing to be on this side so I can do it like full screen. But there's no training mode setting to be at the right side. Or let me see. Oh my fucking god. I can't flip it. It's usually down forward and a reset button, but there's nothing for it. Set it up. You gotta set it up and press select. As in, like, what? Put myself player 2? Like this? Oh, wait. Fuck. That's not how that goes. I mean, I could do that, low-key. That does work. If I put her to Azula. Oh, shit. But he's not in the right stance. God damn it, dude. Or not stance, thingy. Oh brother. Oh, there we go. That works. All right, there we go. Okay, I can do it like this. It's gonna be trippy though, but that works. Oh, I have to reset the settings though. Oh my god. Hold select to clear whatever you got stored. Does that do that? Yeah, but like, how do I no, whatever. I mean, I already did it, but you get what I was talking about. Oops. Okay. Reset. No way. There's no bond to reset for your player 2? Son. Okay, my plan did not work. There's no reset blind if you're player 2. Fuck. Goddamn trolls, bro. Does everyone have the same amount of health in this game? I'll just keep running up and doing it. It's all good. What are you trying to do? I was trying to restart the game so I start on the left side. You see where Sokka is? That's where I want to be at as player 1. It's usually down forward, I mean down back and reset, but you can't. Toph has 1,100. What in the what? Interesting. Fuck, I keep messing it up. These combos drive me insane. Wait, what do I do after that? Oh, wrong one. Medium, light, medium, medium, light, medium, and then okay. This would be so much easier if this game's training mode wasn't like this. Jump over, hold select, then jump over, hold select, and freeze. Oh, I gotta make it a save state. Jesus. I guess you should have to do that, huh? There we go. I'll just do it from right here. Actually, let me push him a little bit. All right, there we go. Okay, that does work. Everyone trying to do some complex BNB? This ain't complex, bro. So I do that and that to end the combo. Oh wait, no. So I do this, and then I do this. And then after this, I mean, it should be in the air enough for me to do light, medium, heavy. Oops. Heavy, that. That's how the combo ends. How the fuck I get over here? It might be too high. I think that's the end, actually. $18. Why are they so high? I think I have to delay. Oh, does this combo not work on Sokka? Let me see that Zuko. I don't know why this isn't working. This should be working. There's more combo extenders when you pop Bankai Azula, son. Son. I have to delay something, but I don't know. It's frustrating. Like, I have the inputs down, I just don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to be delaying. I have to just keep trying it. Look at the combo again. Medium, light, medium, light, medium, light, medium. I can do that as well. This works too, but that's not what I want. There's super up in this game. Do I have to super up the last one? Oh my god. I do. Oh, okay. This character is sick, bro. Wait till you doing perfect time it comes with regular mode? Eesh, yeah, that can come later. Fuck that. I think I'll delay that. Fuck! I forgot. You can't do that. I forgot you can't just do that. Is there a second character you can switch out? This is not a TIE fighter, buddy. This is not a TIE fighter, buddy. To do that. Why does it not let me do super with it? Assist, change how the character plays. Yeah, there's like technically fuses like 2xl. There's like fuses like 2xl. And super jump. What? Why is it not coming out? Why is Avatar Stick Aang in this? No, he's not. Not yet. He's not in this build. We haven't even seen gameplay of him yet. Bro, why is this shit not coming out? That shit just doesn't come out. I don't get out. I don't get why. This is bugs. Son, my super just won't come out. I don't get it. Oh, don't you need 7 bars? Shit. Before I use 7 bars. Back around to the lightning super. Can this flow into it? I think that works. That might work. I don't know. We'll see. Huh. I might do that instead. Fuck. What routes into this damn super? When they're low. Bro, how do you route into this super? I guess you just don't. I mean, but you can with avatar. I mean, with no avatar state. With fire mode, because this one combos. Maybe that. That might work. Let's try that. Oh wait, how much do you need for lightning super 4? 4 bars, right? Oh shit, it is 4. Never mind, I can't even use super here. I don't have a meter. Game name? It's literally in the title of the stream, bro. It's literally in the title of the stream, man. Let's go online. Bro said when we get a Dragon Ball Legends video. Oh hell no, I'm not playing that game.
New challenger.
All right.
Balance must be restored.
Okay, I actually have to go low. Oh, so the regen won't work.
Almost didn't.
Sheesh.
My mother thought I was.
This game is nothing like MK. I don't know how you would compare them.
Balance must be restored.
If you compare this to MK, I don't know what to tell you. I just seem to go by quick. That's because I know combos now. I'm peeping the rejumps. I like when I see it. The rejumps are too fun. They're too fun, bro.
Balance must be restored. Begin.
I did it wrong. Cooking on day one. I'm telling you, give me prep time. This shit's over, bro. Miles, please ban that bot. Please ban that bot, please.
Balance must be restored. Begin.
Oh. Oh wait, you can't jump cancel that. I keep forgetting. Cross up.
I lost.
Thank you.
Round 2. Begin.
Oh my god. You didn't die to that? I thought he was gonna die to that. He didn't die to that.
You will never rise from the ashes of your shame and him.
Balance must be restored. Begin.
Son. Sheesh. Judy support is definitely a choice. Judy support? What's wrong with Judy? I did the wrong thing. Oh my god, look how much burn damage he just took.
Impossible. You miscalculated. You should have feared.
Balance must be restored. Begin.
Nobody likes the favorite time. Sonic Fox likes him. I don't like it because, I mean, I just don't feel like doing that. I just don't feel like doing that shit. And also, I like this shit better. I gotta reset.
I lost.
Round 2. Begin.
Oh my god, you went the wrong way. I need to learn the corner lightning loop. You guys just fight until when you guys stop? I guess so. Wait till Azula gets Bankai. Let's fucking pick an Aang. What the fuck?
Balance must be restored. Begin.
Oops. I did it wrong. Oops.
Zuko wins. Round 2.
Get down. Jesus. This character is so lit, bro. Oh man, this character is too fire, bro. That's an overhead. Oh, he's a Rekka. I did not know he had that. My fault for not playing the last video, I guess. Do not jump. You will get zapped.
I'm about to
Do
celebrate
not
becoming an
jump.
only child.
Justin Timberlake rock your body song request? Okay.
Balance must be restored. Begin.
I'd probably have to raise the music. Nice tag. Zapped. Nice tag. Get zapped. Nice tag. Oops. I said, get down. Burn.
I've disappointed you.
I'm about to celebrate becoming an only child.
I'm about to celebrate becoming an only child.
Balance must be
Acknowledge my steep little bro. We call him little bro. Don't think I forgot about you. Don't think I forgot the shit talk, bro. Don't let me get on and give you belt on this game, you. Yo. You. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, this guy's getting looped. Oh my god.
I'm about to celebrate.
No, okay, yeah. This character's too fire, bro. Nah, this guy got looped, bro. Nah, I need a clip of that ASAP. My man got looped, bro. Nah, I need a clip of that ASAP, bro. What? That motherfucker got looped. This character is too fire, bro. Nah, that shit was too funny, bro. My man's got looped. Man got put in an eternal paradise of just straight loops, bro. Loops on loops on loops, bro. They don't loop like that no more. Let me get the clip of that. That's how I'm gonna do you. Oh my fucking god, this guy's getting looped. Oh! I give you belt on this. Don't let me get on and give you belt on this game, you. Yo. You. Nah, this clip is great. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, this guy's getting looped. Oh my god. That's loops, bro. There's captures on Twitch now? That's pretty funny. Get on and give you belt on this game? You I didn't know it was captures on Twitch. That's pretty sick. Disgusting? Hey, bro, somebody gotta do it. Evil as fuck? Hey, bro. Someone gotta do it, man. If not me, who else? I need to learn the corner loops now. You could have let him do something. Do what? Let him play the game? No. No. Hell nah. I cannot do that. That's not within my power. All right, let's do a few more and let's play Rivals. 5 hours of Avatar. Yeah, this game is gas, bro. Just the one right here, bro. This the one. What does the assist do? Assist. Oh, those are just those are just like thingies you can use for the character. Hold on. Like they changed like mechanics for some of the characters. Like see, like this one just makes my traps, my fire traps. Wait, this one makes my fire traps that I put down last longer. This one makes it so that I'm always in focus stance instead of a crazy stance or Fire Lord stance. This one just makes it so you're always in Fire Lord stance. You can just pick whichever you want. Like each character has like different like passives they can switch between. You can pick before the match starts. Like, you know, like she puts these you see these fire traps on the floor? They last longer if I use that one. Like, see, I can ignite this. See, these traps on the floor last longer. And also, what else do I get if I use this one? She switches from focus to Fire Lord stance. It stays at stance until the end of the game if I lose a round. Banana Man. I'm player 2 side? Okay. Oh fuck, I'm using the wrong Azula color.
Restored. Begin!
To the end of it. He's gonna slip on a banana man. GG's indeed. You ever gonna make those custom Mugen videos again? Good. I might. Mugen videos were fun. Oops, wrong button. I'm not even doing the right ender, by the way. I'm supposed to end the combo with this, but I haven't practiced that ender.
You will never rise from the ashes.
You're just bullying people? No, I'm not. Bro, I've only been on the game for 5 hours. I only labbed the game for 5 hours, bro. I'm new. We all knew shit. I don't have that move, don't I? Since I'm a Fire Lord stance. I just gotta reset. Need to run into Sonic Fox again? Sonic Fox probably ended by now. What? There we go. He did? Haha. I'm scanning all the. I'm not even scanning all the players away. I'm bullying it again.
We're never even a play.
Let the man breathe. No. No.
Balance must be restored.
This is my copy of the game I paid for. I'm playing this shit, not you. That's me. I'm sorry. I'm dropping my combo anyway.
Round two. Begin.
Oh, you're so laggy. Okay. So we're lagging. Okay. Oh, that's so laggy. All right.
Final round.
Are you playing on Ethernet? Because there's no way you are. Got my combo. Did I lose off that?
Lost. You will never rise from the ashes of your shame and humiliation.
All right, last match. I'm getting tired.
Balance must be restored.
Not bad for the lag, no problem, dude. Oh, this is so laggy.
Azula wins. Round two. Begin.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I got my jump recovery. Can't. Okay, you can't. Can't block while falling in this game.
Final round.
It's not 2x KO. Damn, anti-airs suck in this game. Holy. I try to anti-air to get counter-hitted. Do they have like no invul?
Show you lightning.
The anti-airs have like no invul in this game? I pressed heavy, nothing came out. Oh shit, I messed it up. Stop sweating in this closed beta.
You were born with.
I don't think anti-airs are that good in this game unless I am just not using the right one.
Restored.
course I dropped the combo. I dropped my combo. I keep dropping it. I think I'm gassed out. Any auto combo? Yeah, there's auto combos in this game, yes. I'm not using any auto combos, but there are auto combos. Can't block that? Oh. I just die off that. There are some things I don't like. There's like, you can't block while falling, I think. I don't even know if anti-airs... Whatever. Okay, actual last one. After this party, just like play. I don't know. Play more. Well, it's model O2 Pro. O2 Pro, which I can't even charge. What the? Oh shit, I wasn't looking.
Azula wins. Final round. Begin.
Oh my god, I thought it was him. Fucking hell. I hate mirror matches. Dude, you can't block. Wow, if you do a neutral jump, you can't block in the air. Die.
Fear is the only reliable way.
Alright, GG's. Oh, this game is fun as hell, chat. That's 5 hours of Avatar, bro. This game is fun as hell, man. Definitely recommend y'all tap in, bro. This game is lit. Quite litty, I must say. This game is quite litty. This game is quite litty, bro. I cannot lie. This shit is quite litty. Damn, my wrist on fire, bro. My wrist on fire. Before we play a different game, I need to yeah, I need to take a break. My wrist is on fire, I can't lie. My shit burning, bro. My shit is burning, bro. I can't lie. Let me see you play when I just get... No, bro. My wrist is burning. I've been playing for 5 hours straight. No breaks. My wrist feels like it's about to fall off. Yo, Azula goated. GG's, bro. Yours too, bro. My wrist feels like it's about to fall off, bro. Okay, whose stream can I put on while I grab food real quick? Yo, Justin's on? Let's go, Justin. Let's go, Justin. He's labbing. Is anyone playing in a match?
Show you lightning.
Here's where we say.
Punk is on. What is he doing?
Yo.
He's playing tough, bro. He's cheesing people. Oh no, he's playing Katara.
I'm playing Honda. I'm playing Honda. I feel like I'm just outplaying my opponent.
Oh no, he's playing tough. Oh hell no. I know he cheesing. I just know he cheesing. I just know he cheesing. Yeah, I can watch Punk. I need food, bro. I'll be right back real quick. Ban Toph. Wait, is he cooking? I can't have the audio playing because he's playing copyright music. Okay. Put on Love Island. What the fuck? Yo, this guy's actually a dickhead. What is Punk doing? What is he doing? Hold on, let me listen to this. What is he? Why can you do that? Wait, what? She can go that high? He's cheesing the sun duff. He been spamming every chance he gets.
I didn't realize that. Because I'm just always trying to attack. I don't got time. Ooh, I got armor, nigga.
I'm hungry, famished right now. You got me? What? Why is he just spamming that? The fuck is he doing, bro? He's smiling. They just cheese the shit out of this guy. What's on Avatar? Brian?
Out of here as well. Thanks for tuning in, guys. It's been 6 hours.
Damn it, he's ending.
Wow. Peace.
Fuck, it's ending. Never mind. Who else? Who else? What is Max? Who's Max playing? Oh, Max is playing Azula?
I cannot believe it. Sucka?
Sucka? What?
Were you playing Fun Sucka with like RNG Boomerang? That was the one I was looking at. What do they call it? Emergent Gameplay Boomerang?
Everybody playing Zoom? Newest character, what do you expect?
I guess you could do that.
Oh no, don't let Justin lab. Certain people shouldn't be allowed to lab. If I was running a beta, no pros are allowed to lab. If you've been playing fighting games for more than 2 years, you're not allowed to lab. How about that? Azula fun as shit. The rejumps are so damn fun, man. They're crazy fun, man.
I wonder if I could delay it. Oh, I can't. I could do that. Well, this one doesn't have the just frame. Yeah, Firelord doesn't have just frame.
I'm not doing no fucking just frames. I'm keeping my ass on Firelord. Maybe later when the game is out, I'll switch. But for now,
okay.
I'm keeping my ass on that Firelord. Oh, I guess you could dash cancel into heavy after you use heavy in the air. Yep, that's the ender that I'm supposed to be doing.
Dude, that combo's sick.
No, it's really good. Yeah, it's a really good game. Deku's on Tekken. Her name is King Gussie. Oh, brother.
I forgot everything on low key.
That mic. That mic is cooked. Oh, no. Token open beta tomorrow? No. The Token is not till the 20... What is it? 23rd? 4th? 24. Alright, let me close my avatar. It's enough avatar. Oh shit. Almost closed TikTok on mistake. Oh no, I did close TikTok on mistake. Oh, that shit crashed my computer. That's crazy. That shit crashed my computer. Wow. That's insane. I closed TikTok on mistake and it just blue screened my computer technically. My computer's frozen. I restarted. That's so whack. Why the fuck does it do that? Why does it do that? That's so whack. I gotta restart my computer. Damn assholes. TikTok hate me, bro. That's just crazy. I just realized this is the vertical stream is playing the wrong slideshow. For Twitch, the vertical. Oh wait, no, YouTube is playing the wrong one too. I'll fix it after I end stream. It's supposed to be playing the thumbnails, but instead it's playing the fan art. The only thing I don't like about Azula. Whoa, that's louder. What the fuck is that? And why is that so loud? Why did they do that? Okay, it's fixed. No, it's not fixed. What the fuck is causing that? I don't fucking know what that is. Holy shit, that was loud. Hold on. What the fuck? Whoa. Wow, that's weird. I took my computer turned on and it instantly did a loud ass noise. Hold on, let me see if I can fix this. I'm gonna mute. Okay, I fixed it. Holy fuck, that was crazy. My bad. Obviously that wasn't my fault. Blame TikTok for fucking restarting my computer. Like what? Cause what the hell was that? Oh man. Oh man, I don't know why that did that. That was so fucking loud. Evil TikTok. Evil talk. Evil talk, bro. That shit hates me. As evil as it is too good. It's too good for exposure. So we need it. I wonder if any of the homies are getting on tonight. Open up Discord. Jesus fucking Christ, that yell, bro. That shit is crazy, man. Because what possesses you to yell like that? Like, actually, though, what possesses you to yell that way? A yell like that isn't normal, bro. Oh, the homies are on 2x. Yeah, they're on 2x. Let me stop the TikTok stream. Give me a second. This shit laggy as hell. Anyone online? Lies online? Nobody lie. Want a game tonight? We gaming or what?
It's so long. I am gaming. Death is gonna join us.
Bet. I can switch accounts. Hold on.
For sure, for sure.
Bet. You switch. No goon skin today. No goon skin. How sad. How sad. How sad. Gaming, Marvel Rivals. Addiction continues. How sad. Oh, fuck, man. Blah. How's everybody's day going so far, though? Anyone do anything exciting today? What account do I get on? I don't even know. Where gets you GM? What account do I get on? It's hot as fuck. I can't go outside. Oh yeah, I forgot that people that are in what, UK, or I think actually anywhere East Coast or UK, that shit is like a fucking heat wave or something, right? Or something like that. In Jersey? That's East Coast, right? That's East Coast. Yeah. Yeah. 96? Jesus Christ. How old is it? I mean, I said how old. How hot is it outside for me? 81. Ooh, shit. 81. 81 is fucking crazy, bro. Let me move my camera back. Boom. There's two of me. Boom. There's one of me. Okay, it says today it was 100 degrees. Oh my god, it was 104 degrees today. Oh no. Tomorrow. Oh, today is in later today. Oh, hell nah. And then tomorrow is gonna be 106. Holy shit, we're cooked. Yo, we're cooked, bro. Yo, we are fried, bro. We are fried. Holy shit. Are we using in-game chat or are we using Discord? What do you want to do?
Discord.
Bet it up. What chat do we use? We have a DM. There we go. Mm. All right. Where's Def at?
Actually has a blade guide, I think, on YouTube. If you want to check that too.
Blade guide. Who would make such a thing?
Didn't you make a blade guide?
Yeah. Something like that.
Yeah.
Who would make
I'll
such a
check it out.
thing?
You should. You guys ready, or should we do a QP?
I mean,
Oh wait, is
I just got
Death
on.
in here?
Yeah, he's in here. He can join the call. I mean, I think he didn't see it. I just got on, so up to you guys. I don't care. I sent you guys the stream together thing.
Send me the link.
Bet.
Does
Bet.
Infer play BP?
I play QP. I've been spamming QP.
No, BP.
Oh, no. No. I'm like, wait, what? Did you make QP?
Oh yeah, how's are you getting used to Starlock again?
Yeah, got a lot better with her. It's been very fun.
Shouldn't be long.
Yeah, QP's been helping a lot.
Samantha, how are you?
What's up, Samantha?
I know from the situation you told me last time, but you doing better today? Is Death here? I'm a stream snipe Infer and I will play the theme.
As expected.
This guy's not
I'm
going
not
BP.
playing BP. Oh, hell nah.
Hi, it's Nah. Oh, is it better? Hello?
You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
I'm ready, by the way.
Bet. Do you guys want to do QP first, or I don't know? I just got on.
Wait, can you hear me right now?
I am leader.
Yeah.
I will go straight to ranked. Ranked.
Okay, let's go.
All right, fuck it. Yeah, do it. Straight to ranked. You are ballsy.
Yeah, we can hear you in the
That's
game.
good for me. Okay.
But we're in Discord call if you want to join.
Oh, yeah.
He's already
Warm
in
up
it.
for a game.
Just open it, yeah.
You know we always warm up in ranked.
Warm up in ranked.
I'm warming up right now. We're going to snow.
Uh-huh.
I miss Dragon, you play DPS or tank?
Oh, no mic. No mic.
Vanish from this match.
What do you guys want to ban?
GG Elo's being donated. No warm up. Warm ups for the week.
Wait, don't let that guy ban Black Cat, please.
Wait, why?
We gotta ban Phoenix for a rocket.
Fine. You don't want to ban
Ban
Phoenix
Phoenix
last?
Sure, last week we do last. What do you guys want to do now?
Let's ban Daredevil. What do you think?
I'm down. I was just hovering a random character. Put the music back on for y'all. Check my bed.
They might ban Rocket.
Yeah. Oh, they didn't. Let's try DD again.
Why is there a lizard?
Lizard? Wait, what? What?
Lizards are cute. Reptiles are so cute.
Lizards? Yeah, Oh, his Rocket got banned.
Definitely ban Phoenix last. Otherwise, they're gonna be playing Rocket.
Yeah. Good call.
Who's ready? Who's ready to go hunting?
I miss my white fox skin. That skin is so nice.
You know, you try to tell people, but
that game last night, Dev.
no,
that game was so funny.
Remember we both got DPS for once?
I mean, I'm talking about the one with Eddie. The one with Eddie last night, like what, 4
Oh, with
a.m.?
Eddie, yeah. Yeah.
That shit was hilarious.
Oh my goodness. His energy is insane.
He's hype. I mean, it worked. We won.
Step aside, you gits.
We did win.
I'll do this myself.
We did win. It's hard to argue.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I was a little nervous there, you know, halfway through, but
Really? Nah. You have faith
dude,
in us?
we barely held that second point.
Like a 2-minute overtime or something. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I knocked July. So if you
Oh.
Oh, the link's in chat.
do that.
The link's in the Discord.
Chat. Oh,
Yeah, you just press the link.
3, 2,
well. I'm not gonna go on Discord, Shaggy.
get that vehicle to its destination.
Oh man, that's crazy. I probably should have warmed up.
You don't say. Whoa.
Oh shoot.
That cap is dead.
There's some banner.
Nah.
I think
Just
we're
hold.
fine.
Oh fuck! Made a mistake. Made a mistake.
You're good. Close to ult. I could probably get a big one.
Hey, Luna low. Cap, cover for Luna in the back.
I'm ult after that ult. Uh-oh.
I'm ready to put on a show.
We're gonna ult ours way after. That way better.
Oh shoot. Wow.
Strange is one.
Bucky low.
This Luna, she's available.
They have no healers. No healers.
So fuck.
Starla can die.
I'm not fucked.
Oh, what the?
I'm alive.
Hook's low. He's one.
I put you on ice.
Nice.
They might portal, I guess.
Don't turn back now.
Yeah. It's a bad portal. Just shoot it. Put a trap in front of it.
By the eye of Agamotto, I am
I have Volk on me.
Yeah, we got you. Where the hell do you go? I ran.
Checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. Dodge this, mate. Got my sights on one.
They're low.
I'm bad.
Little Wani. Gaming? Too late. Too late. I'm gonna go for an early ult. I'll try to get one. Hold on. Oh, it's big.
I got for Hulk.
It's big.
Oh, I can't hold down.
Oh, I got headshotted. Too late, want it. We're already full.
Damn, I had to reload.
What the?
Okay, so Bucky ulted and
It's just Bucky, I think.
it's not another DPS ulted.
There we go.
Thanks for the love, love.
Fucking tough ass window.
Oh, nice. I'm following up with that. Or not.
Oh, I was gonna ult. It's fine.
That guy's dead. Star-Lord's one. Got him.
We hold this space as much as we can.
Yeah, I can go for an ult here. Hold on.
I don't want to be in the front though. Where's my tank? Tank, push up, push up, push up. Don't let me sit at the door.
Oh, fuck.
What the?
Alright.
Oh, God. Are you guys okay back there?
Oh, they insta-destroyed my ult. Wow. There's a Hulk ulting. Careful.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, my God.
They are using everything. Jeez.
Oh, I like that cap ult.
Back from the grave, better than ever.
Kelsey.
Got you good.
Okay. Not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad, yeah.
So...
Wow, he
Shit,
headshot me.
sorry, I wasn't looking.
Oh, he headshot me. I don't think it would have mattered.
They used all their ults, right?
Pretty much, yeah. Except White Fox, I think. Unless she just switched.
She just used White Fox.
We're staggering.
They're down one healer. Oh, we're down 2 DPS.
Oh.
Bloodstones don't go down quite so easy, love.
Get me in there. Does Strange have? Oh no, he doesn't. Okay.
Damn, what is shredding me that hard? Wow.
I was born ready. I'm cutting in.
Oh god, I think we can hold this.
The current score is 1-2-0.
Yeah, I think we can hold this. It's not that bad.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'm going to go Star-Lord though. But I don't want to risk losing.
Let's run triple tank.
You want to run triple tank? Oh, because defense.
Yeah. With Cap, I think it should be better, especially if I'm running. Stick with the Strange. Because we just need to run the clock out more than we need to get kills, and we have Captain America to sit in the point, and I'll be there to deal with the Hulk.
Bet.
I guess I'll put the flake on you.
Round 2, go!
On you, Infer.
Alright.
I've run Cap a few times back in my day.
Wait, shields? Sweet.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Okay. Let's see.
I think. You were my Obajan's favorite singer. Wow, did not expect that.
I'm
Will I die here?
Where? Over there? No, I think you should be fine.
Starts in 5.
Just
I would hope
run
so.
quick.
I
if-
just have a limited view.
Yeah.
1. We need to stop our vehicle in its tracks.
I was out.
White Fox is dead. I'm gonna go flank them.
Okay, quit showing off, Star-Lord.
I'm
I'm down.
Oh, my crosshair didn't save. What the?
Oh my goodness!
Watch out for the Hulk. He's trying to come from the top.
I missed that!
Bucky can die. He's dead.
Yes, he can.
Strange can die.
Watch out, I don't have snowflake on you.
Careful, careful, careful. You're evil. You're so evil. You know it's a penny player when they laugh like that. Oh, nah. I'm gonna go behind him and ult and force an ult.
Wait, let me do it first. Let me do it first.
Okay.
I'm gonna get pulled intentionally.
Pulled intentional, wow.
Oh, we doubled.
Oh, did we? Ooh, that's not good.
Save your ult until right after this. I think we can still.
Oh shit. You just start with ult in, careful.
It's okay, it's okay. They use both their support ults. This is not bad. This is not bad. We still have cap ult, we still have
Star-Lord.
Star-Lord, and they don't have a support ult.
That must mean... Was it our Strange that ulted or their Strange?
It was ours. I'm doing it.
Oh, I can't get you.
They have one solo support.
They have, Bucky is blocking my way to heal.
Where's Bucky at? Kill this guy.
Which again?
I'm missing my freeze.
Only 60 seconds left.
Only have 60 seconds. Ooh.
They have no portal now, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, that's
Wolf
right.
have ult?
6 DP. I don't think so yet.
Wait, you said what? The Star-Lord have ult?
Wolf.
No wolves.
Oh, I don't think so. But...
Oh, you gotta be shitting me! I fucked up.
A wolf was one. Yeah.
Oh, strange low.
I got oh, this is big.
Oh!
Ooh, nah, they're dead. That's game. That's game. GG's.
Oh, he did have ult.
Damn. Don't let that guy touch. Damn.
Triple tank defense.
W nutmeg.
You're evil. For real, Himmel.
Hey,
You know that doesn't work. I need to remove that redeem.
What redeem is it?
That's figured out. There's usually a VOD review day that I do, Yako. I don't know when. I should probably schedule those things so people actually know.
You and your triple tank. Why does that work? Ugh.
Because you just got to run the clock out.
True.
People always overcomplicate it. Like,
Okay.
they're like, I want to run triple DPS on defense. I'm like, that's the worst fucking idea in the world. There's like, especially with Captain America who just sits on the convoy. And then you have like a bunker like Penny, and then you have an offensive tank like Strange. Like, even with double support, it doesn't even matter.
I see.
Which hero do you think?
What was it? A character request redeem, or what was it?
No, it's a no heals redeem.
Oh.
But I've only done it for here on my alt account. I haven't done it on my main rank.
I fight to end the darkness.
My orange is sharp. My mind.
Number 9 and 7. Do you play tank or support?
You guys want me to throw with Bucky too? Yeah, you know how cruel that is?
Ain't nothing wrong with throwing.
People consistently tell me triple tank is bad. Just like sound like you can't play any tanks. Wait, who would say triple tank is bad? On domination, it's like it's hit or miss. It all depends. Like it can work. The thing is, like, tanks can't secure kills, but they can hold space. So if you already have the objective and you're running triple tanks, it'll make it very difficult to take it back.
Let's see.
Fuck, what are we banning? What are we banning?
Phoenix, I guess.
I threw something out there.
No, I'm talking about her. She can throw. This is her healer, not mine. Talking about her.
We're off in the triple heals for me.
This really is mine. This really is mine.
That's why I said there's nothing wrong with throwing.
You guys are both on alt, man.
Who's the other one?
My earbuds. I have
Where
fun.
did the dance? Where did the
Oh, I
dance?
see. I'm glad you stopped by.
Oh my god, I meant to press Gambit. Fuck.
Pick me, please.
Oh great.
Wait, I can feel from this.
Pick your hero.
Gambit's not that great. It's fine.
I'm not judging.
It's overrated.
Sure, buddy.
I'm not a hero.
You're play tank.
I
You
swear
wanna play
this is
DPS?
GM. All right. Nah. You do your thing. I can tank or support.
Who's ready
I mean, we
to
can
go?
both. How about that?
Who's ready to go?
I don't even know what I want to play.
My
Like those who oppose.
You think it's your agency or games? You're exhausted. I mean, that's just playing the game too much. I think too.
You want to go triple heal?
Triple.
And I could DPS
No.
Luna?
Oh, that's why you want.
If you want to, sure, sure. I mean, we can do it.
No. I'm kidding.
Nah, why
It was
not?
a
DPS
suggestion.
Luna's good.
No. Don't give the people here DPS. Are we all just like waiting to fill for each other? Like what's going
I
on?
have faith in my
Ooh,
healer
nice, Oopsie.
or DPS, whatever you want to call it.
I'm absolutely going to
Do you
need
want
I
to?
hate this map with a passion. I freaking hate
I don't like it either.
Oh wait, team up. Wait. Say less.
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
There we go.
The battle starts in
Hey,
5,
Ravs.
4,
Doing well. I'm doing.
Three.
it.
I,
Mr. Fantastic.
1.
Ew. Hell no, I don't.
Capture the mission area.
Never again.
Gambit.
no, this is a great. That works too. Okay. All right, I'm warmed up now.
That's better.
I can't see you, by the way.
That girl's dead.
I'm gonna punch the crap out of this strange.
Walk up, go down one, walk up.
Mission area is yours to capture now.
That's Cyclops. Yeah, well, he's dead, never mind. Rocket's one. Like above the... He's right there.
We must observe this location.
Nice.
Huge stagger.
Yeah, that was a good stagger.
They're down.
I still can't believe Cyclops launched like that. They gotta nerf that dude.
Dude, the ricochets that I have seen us die to have been fucking insane.
Bro, I saw your clip on the tweet.
Dude.
Nah, bro.
Oh, fuck. Oh, she had one hit?
I'm dead.
No. Oh,
Fall back, fall back, fall back.
okay, just kill me.
That's my bad. I thought they never could kill that on me.
I gotta focus the Cyclops. Can't let that guy play the game.
Gambit, let me. I'm gonna try and go in and just ult first if I can. Oh, yep, I'm dead. Oh. Destroy that amp.
Yeah, it was at like a really good spot.
Fine, I need to kill for shield. Never mind.
I can't.
I have ult after this.
I don't want to be here. No.
Oh, I was gonna ult, but one's dead.
Kite back, kite back.
Yeah, kite back, yeah. We can go in with my ult. We have Cyclops ult as well.
I'm out of sight.
Cyclops, I'm gonna ult. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say if they stack my ult, you ult it, but that's too late now.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Can't get there.
They're down two.
Oh, fuck. There's a strange in the back. Oh, I died.
Oh, they res because of the rocket. Okay, I see. can't play Phoenix if she's banned.
Right is right, and wrong is wrong.
I can TV someone's got touch.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Yeah, we can touch.
Oh, thank you, tabs.
They have the worst Smurfs. They have the worst Smurfs. No in between. I don't know if there's that as many Smurfs. I think people underestimate their ability to beat Smurfs too.
You guys want a Luna? I could also go Invis too.
It's probably better if you do Rocket, but
Oh yeah, that's right, Rocket.
this Rocket is really strong right now. You can combo your mine too.
30 seconds before you attack.
He's been strong. No one's listening to me.
I mean, I just hate his res beacon. That thing is stupid. And it's all
No, that thing's got to go.
I want that
Gifted,
ability
thank you, Kelsey.
removed, but whatever.
Remove the res beacon and give me back my movement.
I mean, we need a different ability though. I mean, give him one that's not full on res.
I don't even care. Give me back my move.
Talking about the wall climb speed thing?
2, 1.
Or we on about?
Oh, that gave me a headache.
To the mission area. Got it?
Oh, we have a Jeff now?
Whoa.
Wait, why do we have
Triple with solar
okay.
is not. We
Too
did
late
fine
now.
Just play a little bit.
I'm good to go.
Cyclops is low.
Mission area is yours to capture now.
Someone in the back there.
This- This
Hey, push up,
Invis
someone on the point.
Got her. She's right there. Kill her.
My
Nice.
Discord mute button? You mean control that controls my computer, or it controls the Discord on the other? What do you mean? My keyboard controls this one. No, does it not work that way?
Your chat trolling you?
Yeah. He's like, Shaggy's like, why aren't you using the mute button on your PC? I'm like, you mean my stream PC? Or the stream
yeah.
deck. There's that one.
Did you wanna ooh no? Did you wanna ult and then I'll after?
Yeah, you gotta get out of there. Oh, they're dying.
Oh, never mind.
I don't know what they're dying to, but it was getting cooked.
Yeah. Be careful.
I got you. Mr. Fantastic won, but... Oh my god, I'm at 12 HP.
No!
Uh-oh.
Keep going.
That's not good.
Oh my god, I fucked up. Oh my god!
It happens. It's like the second game on. Relax.
I don't know. I don't know which button it is, Shaggy. I'm gonna be real.
Multi-race. I'm dead as fuck. They're down one healer. They're down 2 people.
Yeah, we literally can't go out.
No, that was my fault.
All good, all good. We had a good old 84%, it's not bad.
I'll meet my family, but not today.
Oh, that girl's so low. Nice. Let's go.
I invented this spot, Rocket.
New entry in the war journal. I'm hit pretty bad. Sector 6.
Get this guy.
Hey, Strange has ult, right?
Pop tarted up.
Oh, is that
Strange? Nah, he used it. He used it the moment he came through the portal. That's how I died so fast. They can't portal. They can't portal. They cannot portal. They just portaled.
Yeah, I want to save my KDA. Yeah, different stream on a stream.
Okay. This works. Just lock in.
Oh, it doesn't do anything. Ah!
Right is right, and wrong is wrong.
I just pressed the button. It didn't work.
What's up, drum?
It's the little microphone on the bottom right, right?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Weird requests. It's better than not requested them.
Well, they said they don't think it's weird.
Okay, what is it? What's the rules? Oh, what's up, dude? What is the weird request?
I'm telling you. Now it works. Okay, I don't understand.
Nice to see you too.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we're gonna combo our ults
All you
alive.
need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Okay.
A bad guy is a bad guy.
I'll try to get in there and pop my
Can.
on the back
Oh.
if I can.
That's not weird.
Can I get a hand? Oh, yeah, that's not weird. Oh, they have a Magneto. Oh god. Okay, I'm about to use this quick. All right, do it. Oh god.
Judge, jury,
Break that thing.
I thought she just had
I'm
a.
gonna try and push the invis out. Never mind. Yo.
Uh-oh.
Capture the mission area.
Might have to switch characters. Magneto's gonna dunk on me.
Yo.
Chop, chop. I didn't bring all these bullets so we could play cricket. Shot to the soul.
Pretty difficult moving up without Angela.
Yeah.
Cheers, mate.
Whoever that is, I can't reach.
Oh. He fell down. They're down one.
Walk up, they're down one. Oh, that's what
Rocket.
Invis is one. Invis is one in there.
That one's on you, mate. Shot to the soul.
Oh, that's annoying. He's 1
You
HP.
say something's being aborted.
Huh?
I don't know. It says do not receive authentication. YouTube being aborted. Something along those lines. I could be wrong on the exact letter.
I'm gonna go for an ult here. No, never mind, I guess.
Yay.
I can ult
We have
after
this
this.
door. I think we can hold this.
Nice.
Nice.
That's a good stagger.
Okay, we just want to. If they ult, if they make bad ults, we can just kite out of it. Or we're all completely backed up.
If they come over here, I'm gonna ult. Just let them push up a little bit.
There we go. Just kite back. Bad ult.
Oh, I don't have a res.
There we go. Another bad ult. Stay on point. Oh, hold on.
Rock's in the back.
Cyclops low.
What the? That guy was alive? They're gonna try and portal. Angela, if you can stop it, that'd be nice. He's portaling already.
Did you guys need that ult?
Oh, she didn't get it. Fuck.
Go to site.
No one's touching. Oh, shit.
Rocket's one.
On the bucky.
Rocket's dead. They're down one healer. They have no healers.
Oh, Angela fell. I don't have res. Be careful.
All right, play up a little bit. They have no healers. I mean, no portal. Whoops. GG's.
Good work.
Hand cam is not weird, yeah. Maybe I'll put one. How does that new team up feel? Well, not new, but team up feel with Rogue now.
It's tension issue.
Def.
What about me? What?
How does that team up feel with Rogue now? After it got nerfed, but she got buffed.
It's still strong.
Interesting.
I wake up and no, Luna, your title is inaccurate. I want my money back. I won a game. I was playing Luna. Then I switched to Rocket. I still have yet to watch that Rocket guide. Partial refund.
Partial refund.
What's up, DC?
Only have one loss on this account. It's to a cheater. Remember this BP chat? This guy was
Redeem
cheating
bonk
like
as a
crazy.
refund. Guys, I was listening to one of my VODs and oh, hold on, let me mute myself.
Sneaky Snow. Well.
I don't know what to do. The bonk was actually supposed to help that, but no one actually no one actually uses the bonk for that. Hi Tim.
What is a buttercup?
My old
Is it like a cop made out of butter?
Darkness that spawned me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're so silly.
12 and 10. Do you play support or tank?
I mean, it was supposed to be Buttercup.
Oh, that's probably taken for sure.
Yeah, so I did Buttercup, which honestly sounds way more cooler.
You respond here? Yeah, look at TikTok. What's up, Zeno?
Same Phil. Have you played with this guy?
Probably.
Bad flavor. Roshan, are you a racist if you hate everyone equally?
What the? No.
How did you come across this question?
Yes, no. Yes, but no, but no, but yes. You are silly. What I do? How am I the silly one?
Hate everyone equally. I think hate and racism are kind of, you know, they're different.
Yep.
So it really depends.
You'll need a top-notch.
You're not racist, but
You know,
you're
I'm not
racist.
even gonna get into that.
Like, how am I supposed to answer that? Like what? That's my other channel.
Does Austin's mic sound a bit robotic?
Am
He's
I
using
robotic?
a voice changer.
I sound robotic. Let me unplug my mic and put it back in. We're trying to climb rank on
That's a loaded
Rivals.
grenade question right
How do
there.
I find enough people that don't sell? You can't. I sell like you all the time. You have to just.
Grenade question.
You have to just play, honestly.
You're
Here,
so
let me
close to getting.
restart my
Why
audio
do you want to
mixer.
get me in trouble? What would I?
Before you attack, get ready.
What could I have said to get me in trouble too?
I got no self bubble. I am grabbed. I am grabbed. I am in danger.
Do I still sound robotic? I don't know.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Okay.
All right.
I must have been missing you by like a centimeter.
Do I still sound robotic or what?
Unfortunate. No, you sound fine.
All right. Remember last time I played? Yeah, I mistakenly used my PlayStation mic. My Discord just randomly switched to it. It was weird. They're low.
Well, they're all low.
Walk with me, walk with me. I'll ult them if I have to. Yeah. Oh, she has the new skin. That skin is so nice.
No, it's not.
Why? Because you don't have it?
No, it's an ass skin. Okay, it's not ass. It's mid.
I mean,
Very
it's
mid.
You're just jealous
It's
of her.
very mid.
You're just jealous of White Fox.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Her pink one's nice, but I don't like the makeup. That's really the only thing.
Oh, the makeup. Oh, I didn't look at. I don't know. I didn't look at her face. I was talking about the fit. Damn. What? Where did you go?
You know.
Damn.
That's a good question. GG no heals? Question mark?
Oh, I agree.
Right.
I always agree with that. Hold on. GG no heals.
Oh shit, I'm dead.
Come here, come here, come here, come here.
I'm dead
Nasu's
as
just like
fuck.
me, Gooner.
Mother.
Wait, what? I'm not a gooner. No, no, no. I'm talking about the fits.
Are
What
you really
you guys
talking
looking
about
at?
the fit?
Of course. What else would I be
we know
talking
what
about?
was that.
What else would I be talking about?
Oh shoot, you guys got low.
It did
What
sound very
happened?
good, to be fair.
White Fox.
Yeah,
is
it did.
dead. We're winning. Let's walk up.
Who's that?
I don't want to die again.
Oh,
Fuck!
no.
God damn it!
All right, fall back, fall back, fall back. They got it. Thing, don't die, don't die. No.
Bro, then I died.
That's your fault, my
What's wrong
brother.
with being Gooner? There's nothing wrong.
I don't know. There's something wrong.
Okay, we're staggering. Hold on.
Yeah, we are.
Healers are staggered. Oh my god, you guys are taking insane damage.
This Bucky
How?
does damage.
Oh, that's right. We need it.
They're down 2. Actually, no, they're down 3. Walk up.
They're max. Okay, max dead too.
That a girl Rose. Show him how it's done.
Okay.
You need Rocket Hero Lie?
Not really. I think White Fox. This team up is fun.
We can Luna first. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
What?
Oh my god, I'm
A lot of
missing.
damage.
Oh, get this mag, get this mag. Oh.
Hold on. Oh shit!
God, please, 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 please.
No!
Burn her.
Trying to, but she is gone.
Damn, I hate getting.
Unfortunate.
I don't know how I'm
Well,
alive.
you know, I should have ulted. It probably saved me. Maybe it will save me. I think it would have.
Listen, listen.
Yeah, don't be scared to
My
ult.
water bottle My water. Listen. All right, y'all. I have said before that artists are perverts, right? In order to get creative, you have to Google a lot of things.
Wait,
right?
what? Wait. What are we talking about?
I don't think I. Oh my god! Let me ult, please!
I don't think you needed it anymore, I'm not gonna lie.
Guys blind you. Guys blind you. Guys.
What?
Oh, the fuck. The high
They were
right
so
now,
low.
that was diabolical.
My ult didn't come out.
They're down 20.
This character ult sucks, damn.
This mag is just here. Oh god.
Trying to save you. Got you.
I should be playing this game way better, I'm not gonna lie. This one might be on me.
That was completely off topic.
I'm over here fighting and I hear water bottles. I'm like, wait, what?
Listen, so I have a water bottle, right?
Yeah.
My friends and I, we all find the lewdest stickers that we can put on our water bottles.
Oh.
Also still remaining somewhat appropriate. And I use it on stream and I got... Listen, all right?
Oh, I just didn't expect that to go there. But yeah, keep going.
Listen, I don't need this right now. I'm feeling heavily judged.
No, I don't judge. You do you.
No, I'm not judging. I'm not judging.
Yeah, we're not judging.
So unbelievably fucked.
We're not
Okay,
judging.
their mag's down.
I just didn't expect you to say that.
Artistic curiosity. That's why you keep looking up gods. No,
Oh, I forced
that's
Luna ult.
another
Only 60 seconds left.
God.
Listen.
Nah, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Can I see it?
What?
Can you send it? What?
I'll DM it to you later.
It's more of like curiosity.
Nah, I feel that. I feel that.
You feel that?
Somewhat.
You feel that, yeah.
Somewhat.
Just so very silently.
Totally not a gooner.
Admit it.
No.
You're totally not a gooner. I somewhat.
Wait, me?
Yeah, you.
There's someone on the left.
Oh, sweet.
Oh,
That's her
wow.
grab.
Oh my god, everyone's getting
Shit.
Nah, we gotta use that ult.
low. Oh,
I'll try and block
am
this.
Am I fucked? I'm not fucked. Fuck.
Aw.
I was trying to use her shield, but I guess her shield ran out.
Did you get mag bubbled?
Eliza's secretly a gooner too. Listen. Sometimes you have an awakening at some point in life, alright?
Oh my god, I thought White Fox shield would save me in that.
Oh, he can dunk on top of it, is the thing.
Oh.
Maybe I'll beat the
There's a hole at the top.
Right heroes could make all the difference.
I'll fight to end the
What the hell,
Well, I guess
Jiggy?
me running away wouldn't have done anything either.
Yeah.
They call me
I'm gonna go Daredevil.
the Daredevil will do.
And y'all beating the allegations.
Y'all, don't include me in this.
You're in this.
I did not ask to see the water bottle.
You have a Psylocke collection.
I
you know.
I
have collection of
Hey,
skins.
listen. I saw the way you were looking at the White Fox skin yesterday, alright?
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're looking extra long at that White Fox skin.
I had to pop the balloons. What do you want me to do?
You wanted to pop the balloons.
I didn't want to. I got them all last. I mean, I got it last balloon too. I'm scam of event.
You were desperate for it. That's why
brand
you,
identity,
that's why
being
you popped all
friendly,
the balloons.
advertiser friendly. I understand.
I'm the most family friendly here, actually, probably. But no,
That's actually true.
no, I definitely am.
Really? Are you sure about that? With
Yes.
the 7 TV emotes you have?
Well,
allowed?
those are not mine, and also it definitely wouldn't be you. You curse way too much.
Infer got a clock that
that's
just
just
has
my
the word
bad
freaky on it
habit.
instead of numbers. Wait.
It wouldn't be you, that's for sure.
Okay, I gotta stop dying so much. This is like, it's on me.
Here they are now.
God.
Hawkeye?
Head him back.
I'm about to dive him in 3, 2. I'm going for Hawkeye. 1, go. What the?
They're down too, I think.
He ulted me. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, he headshot me.
Back it up, 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 back it up.
I got headshotted.
Justice never rests.
Alright, cut him back just like before. It'll give us time for our Daredevil to come back. I'll let you know when I'm jumping on their back line. I'm gonna give it a little bit of extra time as they walk up too, because our DD's almost back.
I'm ready.
Hey, you up there? All the best life-saving levels in the world.
Oh, I'm dead. Okay, they have White Fox Luna. I can't do this. White Fox Luna makes this too hard for me to do DD.
Smoke up. By the eye of Agamotto.
Shit. Find him in all the
I didn't
craziness.
even miss it. Infer, why didn't you save me?
I'm at 50 HP. Oh no, ain't nothing I can do about that, dude.
You're supposed to be the bait for me. Be my meat shield.
Oh, so that's all I am to you. Bet. Bet. GG, no heals.
You gotta do everything for your healer, right?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing but a piece of meat. Oh, we got
Sure.
down too. If they push up, fight back.
I would've. I might do it.
I would've.
I can't reach you, by the way.
You're fine.
Oh, you're good.
Ultimus.
Strange on the top. Is there someone still in the back? Did he die?
He's so low.
I got you.
Oh my god, Death, they're so low.
Okay, I can't see you.
He switched to mag. God damn it, this guy's an asshole. I gotta ult the moment I get it, and I gotta switch characters.
Oh, they're in the back. Oh god.
Oh, we have nothing. We have nothing for this.
Wait, so Bucky, wait. Skin option. I don't even have the skin, so you can't say
What?
that. No proof.
What did I die to?
No proof of what?
The fox knows when to fall back.
Black Widow
Live stream on
What
YouTube.
the-
Gambit
Twitch.
skin.
Just Twitch, I believe.
Battlefield ready again.
Proof that what Eliza Gooning? Is that what this is?
We've been new. Nice, got mag.
Oh, huge.
I am ready to put on a show.
Holy.
Heavy weapons. Judge, jury.
I feel like there's only two types of people. There's either people you know are gooners or people that try to hide that they're gooners.
What are you?
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Huh?
Me? This is not a secret.
I didn't say anything.
I stopped the cap. Have what? I do not.
Let's make sure. Let's try to deny space we can. Are they still down? What are they doing here?
They're down, like, yeah, go kill these guys. I got Deadpool.
And that's why we push up. I'm gonna go back in and
Turning.
I'm gonna hit at the Windows key.
Bucky's one.
I'm gonna bait them into a bad exchange. I'm gonna end up getting a kill for it. It was intended.
I'll stay a little bit further
I'll
back.
go back in 3, 2, 1.
Shotgun busted, damn.
I can't see a damn thing.
On the Emma? I'm gonna die.
Get that Bucky. Bucky won. Never mind, he's healing like crazy. Holy. You only have 60 seconds.
no!
Uh-oh.
Fall back.
Kite back. We just need to buy time. Fuck. Well, I'm about to buy some time.
Go to his mag. Nice. White Fox teleported to her teammate. I'm ulting this shit. Oh, that's game.
Damage boost for a little bit. Scared the hell out of me.
That should be game. Don't let them portal. Play up. Wait, they're not portaling.
Venom's gonna try to touch. Venom's gonna try to.
I'm shooting at them. They're portaling. Oh, Luna's here on site. She's ulted. They're portaling.
I'm separated from you guys.
They only have one healer.
Strange is one. Oh shit.
Are you guys okay there?
Yeah, somewhat.
Pocket here.
Damn, I almost killed her too.
You has to be able to win that. Yeah, Moon Knight ults.
Okay. I was worried for a sec.
W Moon Knight.
Let me kill her!
Poor tanks, that was a miscommunication at the end. Question, can Rogue cancel portal by E? No, unless maybe she kicks him into the spawn.
Do firefighters fight fire or not? Nah. It's just in the name.
Why?
Wait, what do you say?
That's the first time I've ever heard that word.
Wow. That is a loser.
Lived in harmony, then it all changed when the Freak Nation attacked. What are you talking about?
Huh?
I need the history on this.
Share chat's interesting. Pause, look at this tank comp on the second half. Take like a two-minute pause. No. I could take a 2-minute pause after.
So is water wet?
Oh, here we go. Bro.
I'm feeding for White Fox. What do you mean?
I'm not answering that question.
Oh, DMs? Okay. Oh, it's a short. Okay.
How do I claim the points, chat? Or did it just give me it?
Hi, Spencer. I need it. You need it. Have you popped the balloons yet? Spencer, how are you? Water is wet.
Excuse me?
Repopulate the community. If I don't, what the fuck?
Wait. No, your chat. Yo. What are you saying? Yeah, your chat is gooned out.
How's your day go? My day's going good. Pancake or waffles?
Yeah, wait, don't agree with him. What the?
I really always wanted waffles because we never had waffles, hardly ever, but I do think pancakes taste better.
Like French toast over all of them. French toast beats all of them. And that's facts.
That's really good too. Is it bad that I never had pancakes? Well, I guess like where you're from, I wouldn't expect you to have pancakes though.
I feel like...
Which hero do you think you
Oh.
want to be today?
Pause for I had to think. I really had to think.
Someone's
I'm
gotta guard the
Asian.
galaxy. Might as well be me.
Wait, how those 4 stacks go? Did you guys 4 stack or what did you guys do the other day?
No, because you didn't want to 4-stack with us.
You guys didn't ask me. I didn't get asked, so. That's not how it works.
I didn't get asked either. I just, you know, I saw.
Well,
Yeah, you gotta be proactive.
And I was like, yo.
What is that saying, Chad? If you wasn't invited, don't ask to go. Yeah, that. I didn't get invited, so I didn't go. That's on you guys, not me.
We just naturally assume you're always going to be there, you know?
Oh, wait, what? Oh, okay.
I did have
That's
waffle
how that
juice and
works.
chocolate waffle does that.
Is that how that works? Okay. Nah, I got some good practice in. It's fine. I was spamming up quick play.
Just say you hate us.
What the? Nah, if anything, y'all hate me. Y'all didn't ask me. Nah, just say y'all hate me.
I think I like the idea of waffles. And because I hardly had it, I always wanted waffles. And I made them taste good in my brain, but they really just tasted regular. Or you know what, Eggos just taste really regular. Maybe that's why, because I didn't have it with anything. Like a really good, I haven't had a really good waffle. That's the thing. I've always had Eggos. And maybe what Belgian waffle and these really thick waffles. But I haven't had.
I like the waffle in Japan. They're so good. They're so damn good.
They had these waffles at my school. They look so fake.
What? Fake waffles?
Yeah, they look really fake. So I haven't had a really good waffle yet.
I got her eating fake waffles. I don't. You're a gooner? No, Rack. What are you talking about? A lot of times I see stuff on your screen.
They're not too hard.
Rack, what are you talking about?
Spencer, you want waffles or pancakes? I like you. I don't hate you even though you're...
Bro, what do you see on my stream when you come in here?
You gooning?
Oh, hell nah. I don't partake in such activities.
The battle starts in 5.
I would never.
4, 3,
Gambit's available.
1.
Oh, nice. You guys could do this.
This is a DPS you play, yeah. I mean, hero shooters work, but like, there's no technically bad heroes. It's just like, what hero you want to play in the moment.
Yeah, Def, you play Overwatch?
Oh yeah, 8 years, Tracer main.
Oh man, 8 years. I suck at Tracer.
Yeah.
Or at least
I
at
don't
all.
have that many friends, that's for sure.
I didn't have money for the game. So I played Smite instead. Little MOBAs.
Someone asked me, like, what do I look on?
No, I missed it.
What do I look for to engage with Rogue? Pull out as much attention and resources as possible at the exact moment that my front line is engaging. And then I just try to get out alive.
Oh, someone had point. Okay.
Whoa, where are my healers? GG no heals.
Alive. Chill out.
Hey man, I don't know. It's a little too close.
Death, let me give you. That sounds like I can't see you actually. Oh, I can see now. A little bit too far.
That pulls one.
I got point again.
Who is doing that? Oh, it's Spider-Man. What is that name?
I guess he's the only one playing objective. I didn't pop. Oh wait, did I? I think I popped a few. Spidey keeps
right
tapping
now.
it.
Bro.
Deal with the Spidey, all full of attention here.
Yeah, I got it.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Oh my god, I hate the way he moves. Killed Spidey.
They're down invis.
Man, you get the fuck.
I think that's all icy. Oh. Play well.
Whoa, he ulted me.
Yoink.
What the? Why is it?
What is my Buttercup doing? My Buttercup is trolling.
Shaggy, why is the Tickfinity thing open on my monitor?
Got the invisible summer skin finally. Ooh, yeah, me too. I bought that one.
Of course you guys got it.
Hi, Tiger Billy. How are you doing? How's your game spent?
I mean, of course.
Nothing.
You got something to say?
Oh, I fucking fat fingered.
I got you. Don't worry.
I just missed.
Thank you.
Oh, I thought Gambit and him were gonna ult. I guess not.
No,
leave
they're
it,
like crazy. Oh,
Oh,
well.
I'm sorry. I really wanted that.
She killed him, not me.
I got really greedy.
There's a Elsa behind us.
I heard you like way too late.
He's gonna try and also stop the point of it. You guys look up a little. We'll try and find it.
Thought you still had edge. I was got
I
edge.
really wanted to.
I'm a blade player.
Watch you.
Let's go.
Come on, Matt. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You don't want some of
Chat, you
this.
guys ready for the new season? In what, 7 days?
Boom. Now
New
we put 3
season
on.
in
This
7
is-
days.
This is when you put 3 on. See how like they're not gonna get back in time?
Why'd you dodge my freeze?
What the?
Well,
You know
we
what?
ordered the Black Widow skin.
You waited that long. That's crazy.
She got it though. Got them kills. She can flex the finals at the end of the game.
No, that Widow skin is crazy. The amount of I played some quick plays with that. My entire team went feral. That shit was crazy. That is not a normal
feral
Widow
too?
skin.
Oh, we didn't hold on.
I'm not gonna answer that. But my team.
You
however,
did.
I didn't say I did, but I didn't say I didn't.
You refuse to answer.
The hourglass on the front and the webs on the back. You tell me that that's not a dope skin?
Just because I refuse to answer doesn't mean doesn't mean what you're thinking.
Wait, okay. Do you guys need me to ult?
Now we have the point. Oh, maybe for that.
I'm gonna ult. You guys are all very like low.
This guy just ulted me. What the?
This fucking Hulk. Oh, nice.
Oh, I got him.
Design was so
I got him.
great.
Gambit's dead. Gambit's dead. Gambit's dead.
Really?
Gambit's dead. Push the point.
They have no supports.
You see that angle, chat?
Mother. Help me, help me, help me, help me. Mine.
Chad, did you guys ever see the short of the Black Widow skin? Y'all remember that match?
I'll go on your stream. Nice. Why always me? Freak. Infernasu, you with me?
Yeah. I'm always with you, don't worry.
Got you.
I want to let my teammates die. Unless they're support, but that comes with the job.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
What? What?
Did you get kidnapped?
I got kidnapped backwards.
A minute and 25. They use Invis ult. Did they?
I got Star-Lord.
Okay.
They're down one. Walk up.
Lucky's probably gonna have one.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
I'm gonna give
They're
you a
down two.
snowflake.
They're down
You keep
two.
getting
They're down
low.
two. Whoa. He went straight for me. Yo. Oh, that was nice, Duff.
I'm back, baby.
Dude, why is my gun not working? That was weird. I can ult after this.
Put snowflake on you. Oh god.
Oh, I tried to save you.
No!
Is it worth the dive anymore? Yeah, dive is still good, yeah. I'm body blocking.
The final 10 seconds.
No one's coming back.
Nice. Third DPS down.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
As good as new.
Oh, you didn't want my heals, dude? Is that how it is?
It's not what it looks like.
Is that how
The
it
spawn
is?
room was just calling my name. It was just calling my name, dude. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
I see.
I wanted you to.
Three.
I was thinking about my other teammates. I wanted you to heal them instead. I was being.
Including
Selfish.
which side you're on.
That's very selfish.
I was thinking about them, not me.
The right heroes
Be more
can make all the
considerate.
difference.
I was for them, not me.
Had his widow skin in it. The 60% of war live war crimes. Who? Oh, deserved.
What was I talking about? I'm talking about this one here. I'll link you guys. Hold on.
Round two.
Vance gave me my powers.
My Luna's not Lunaing.
I think it's. Oh my. There, chat. It's on my Instagram.
Stay strong.
That's the real I'm talking about. That's the Widow TikTok I was talking about, chat. Or real, whatever you want to call it.
Yes, you saw me bully that Star-Lord in his ult, yeah?
Yeah, that was
pretty funny.
sick.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
DNG streamers about to start drawing. I love hearing that. People should be drawing while they watch me. Do something productive other than play Marvel Rivals.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean? We love Marvel Rivals. Oh, damn, that girl exploded.
They're down one, I'm gonna push in. Oh, they're down two.
I'm with you. Damn, I stole your kill.
My payload.
I saw that show. It was funny. You can meet some interesting people in quick play. That's why I like quick play. It's fun.
Back in the game.
A nice deep freeze.
You only play Blade? No. I think my most played character is actually Psylocke still. No, it definitely is because she was up before Blade.
Sit down.
Damn, that's so mean. Oh shit, wait, kill him, please.
Oh, goodness gracious.
I got you, I got you, I got you. No!
Oh shit, I should have ulted. No, my fault.
Oh shit, we're about down with their supports.
I didn't think he was gonna die.
All good. What's up, Stu?
I hear Lily. I can't say that one on stream.
Huh? What the?
I'm gonna try and ult. Oh, yep.
I'm ult first. Or not, you can.
Where are you guys? Can't see shit.
I'm fighting the invis inside of her ult. I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm doing it anyway. Oh my god, I got
Shame
jumped.
on you. Shame.
Oh, I got jumped. That's not. What do you mean shame on me? Where are my heals at?
We got Hulk on point. Where's my peel, bro? Oh,
Where's the ult at?
at?
Where's the ult at? She watched the invis ult and didn't even press Q for us. She doesn't care about us.
Oh my god, our
A nice deep freeze. Hits the
Fuck me, dude.
Yo, he's holding that. Oh, I blocked it. He was on that for so long.
Oh no.
Oh, they didn't get me.
Oh, nice kill on that invis.
How was Avatar? It was fire. I was cooking.
When is the new battle pass coming?
Who says tank is
7
weak?
days.
What the fuck is this? I just killed both supports.
Yeah, literally in 7 days.
Oh shoot, in 7 days.
Yeah, the new season is 7 days. It's gonna be a support, so. Well, it definitely will be a support. It's probably gonna be Jubilee.
Hero gets crazy. Thank you.
30 seconds.
Oh my god.
I'll run if you can.
I'm getting my ass chased by a fucking Star-Lord. Fuck you, Star-Lord.
I am ready to put on a show. Final 10 seconds.
Oh, we just got one team fight.
Oh.
Oh, you guys are alone up there.
We need some pills for the Hulk.
Okay.
Hulk.
Yeah, I can switch characters. Well, we can probably win here, honestly.
We got staggered again in our heroes.
Bro, why does my ult not destroy bubbles? Oh, bums.
Okay, we didn't win this time.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a
And
good
so how
time to
about
stop
in
them.
fighting games? I haven't played since Tekken 5. Oof.
Fighting games are fun. I love them. I love fighting games.
I have come to claim the
I like Third Strike. That's still count on my tool. Is that too old?
Nah, that counts. That's a
How was I
classic.
not able to heal?
Classic. That one's the best feeling fighting game of all time.
There's tons of people that still
I
play
think
that
We give
game.
you a
Think we want
snowflake
tank
again.
that's Broken Mike Black Cat was pre-nerf. I don't want to tank that's broken
Alright, I'm
Mike
gonna just
Black
play
Cat
next to you
pre-nerf.
and
I'll never
never
get to play them.
splits.
Yeah, just literally
Where is he? Can we kill him?
He's low.
I need help.
Oh, I am a devil. Oh.
Hold on,
Oh.
both your
Oh,
stuffs are
where'd
out.
my
I'm just
team
coming
go?
out right now. Oh.
Uh-oh. Playing Blade is a humiliation ritual? Yo, chill on me.
I will not be stopped so easily.
He's actually okay now. Touch, touch, touch.
No.
I can't. I got fucking pushed.
Yeah, we're crazy staggered. This isn't good.
Feels like a true DPS team. So proud. Hey, I chased the Star-Lord that was ulting my team. All right. It was Infernasu's job to heal. All right.
I mean, I was. He was getting
Yeah,
good though.
where's the pill, bro? Where's the pill?
I'm on the more.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
On the back line right now.
You died.
Well,
Spider-Man.
I just lost my fucking.
Just fucking block this for you guys.
Fuck me, dude.
What? Oh my god.
Imagine feeling for your team, right? Who would do that?
Yo, you got
a laptop.
dunked on.
Games are good so far.
Oh my god.
Yo, okay, we
losing
gotta
this
actually
one
log
'cause,
in. We're actually about to lose.
Infernasu's gotta
Like,
step
lock
it up.
in. Wait,
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
What the?
What?
Wait, what the?
Okay, what
Big
healer
ol'.
ult did they use?
Look at that. I got a healer.
Oh, that's their ult. Okay, now it's GG no heals.
Damn! Oh shit.
Playing against LeBron, yeah. There we go.
Okay,
have
well,
support
we're
ult?
struggling.
Yeah, we are.
I think they have
I am ready to put on a show.
one. Just need to focus on this.
Only 60 seconds left.
Let me give you a snowflake. Oh.
Oh my god, this Star
Damn.
Lord's hard focusing me. Jeez.
Okay.
Oh,
this is honestly calling for a C&D.
Yeah.
My battle has only just begun. Attack them!
Feels like this enemy's home.
Oh, this Hulk. Oh, man. I might have to play Wolf.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, we have a Wolf. Yeah, we're getting fried in the back line. Damn.
Mm-hmm. Might as well tank Rogue. I was there at the end.
Including which side
Wait, who was our other tank? Oh, he switched to Wolf, I think.
You'll need a top-notch team.
I mean, I can tank with you. Play Dino.
Third strike like that. Oh, I love third strike.
Yeah, I can tank. Wait, do you not play tank?
Wait, I like this.
Does he not play tank? Well, I don't know why he switched. I do? Okay, it's fine.
Third strike Makoto. I was not known for my ability to land combos though. I was known for like I play fighting games in the same way that I play Rivals, in which I just try to get in my opponent's head more than anything. So it's like good players will face off against other good players and they'll expect certain things to happen. Where it's just like they'll never do an overhead 4 times in a row, and then you do it 4 times in a row. You're like, why would you do that? It's like because you're used to playing good players that mix it up.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
All right, Dino time. Let's go.
Every time I see you, I think to myself, as long as Spider-Man is still around, everything will be alright.
With my opponents, I like that strat.
I don't mean it that way. You just mean a lot to a lot of people. Cheers, mate. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right.
I always knew that Infernasu was a Dino main. He loves that hero.
How do I always end up playing Dino with you here every time? You'll pop into my shit randomly and just see me on Dino for no reason. Are you in there? Oh shit, you're in there.
Bubble?
Hold on.
Was it too far?
I go back in. 3,
These guys.
Hulk is low.
They're bleeding. They're bleeding.
Put a bubble for it.
I got
you guys.
Magneto. I'm body blocking him. We stuck. We dead.
Nah.
I'm with you, Duff. Let's keep going.
I gotta. All right, I'm coming back now. I'm coming back now.
They fall back like crazy. Just keep pushing the payload.
Fuck.
Put a bubble right there. Just so you guys can stay up. You guys are very low. Star-Lord's on the top right.
Oh, you're kidding me. I grabbed his ass.
Low. Standpoint.
I bit him out the sky.
Elsa. On the top right again, too.
We got the payload. We got the checkpoint. They're too late. They're too late.
Can you anchor point? Can you anchor point?
Yeah. I don't think you need to do that, but it's fine.
Oh, I didn't do that.
No. He. Not you.
It's fine. It's fine. I just need him to charge his ult. Loki. Actually.
I gotta try to get this right now.
Oh, I got ult off the point.
No, that got me.
Oh my god, the Hulk grabbed me and ulted me too.
Damn, I totally did not see her.
I didn't either.
Rip.
The current score is 4.
That game style may be good for the game.
Time to switch
CG's
things
preferences?
up,
Oh, yeah.
including which side you're on.
All the games I like to play and the characters I like to play are the ones that.
Why did we die with C&D?
We got Elsa. Yeah, Elsa got everyone, dude. What? There's no way you didn't notice that. What the? Lock in? It's all good.
Yeah, we got this. I'll lock in. Hey, Sucky Pixel. know, one of my favorite game series of all time is Devil May Cry. That game is like
Game is so tough. I love that game.
it's what gaming
We'll be coming in 30 seconds.
like
Stay
is all
strong.
about. It's over the top.
It's a great game.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
And
That's-
it's all
Soundtrack's
about
amazing too.
being stylish. Oh, it's a great soundtrack. It's all about being stylish more than just like getting points. You're not supposed to get points. You're supposed to like have fun, look good doing it. Like it doesn't take itself seriously.
Yeah.
So they're all taking angles right now.
The battle
Huh?
starts in
It is
5,
Infernasu and I play with Dinosaurs.
3,
Dinosaurs.
1.
Alright, just hold the
They have a
corner.
group. They have a
Install the
group.
ability.
They have a
Feel
group.
for the
That guy fall off the map.
You need to stop that vehicle.
I got a combo. Just back
I
up,
got a
back
stack
up.
characters.
You have to.
60 seconds left.
Their invis is like far up. She's half health right now. Oh wait, you're not DPS. About to put a bubble forward.
Oh my god, these group walls.
Dude, they haven't even capped the card yet.
No, they're playing up for kills. These guys are literally playing for kills. Oh, they're down. They're down one healer. They're down one healer.
Down to 30 seconds.
Are you kidding? The stupid wall got that? Oh my god.
Fuck.
We can't
It's all
cause
good,
those
it's all
freaking
good, it's all good.
holes.
It's all good.
We got time. We can walk back, and we need to, we can TP back.
Better stop that vehicle.
Ooh,
Cap was meant to
I almost
stall.
got staggered.
Rogue is meant to kill.
No winner.
Wait for me. Wait for tank to go in first, alright? I can engage once I know one's here. Wait on low, okay? Play slow. We have time to wait. Do not die in time. Alright, you guys ready? I'm going in.
Let's go.
3, 2.
Oh no.
I grabbed him. I grabbed him. I pushed him away. I pushed him away. I pushed him away.
Oh, I still.
Good one. Good one. Good one. Good one. Good one.
Fuck. I can TP back.
Go for it. Go for it. I'm alive on them with them. Oh. No, he copied Punisher.
Oh, thank you for the follow.
All right, we gotta go with Eliza here.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Wait, what? Oh.
We gotta walk.
We can get there in time.
Rogers, at your service.
Shoot, I'm not getting ult back.
I'm pretty sure I can touch. I'm pretty sure I can touch. Just
They have 2 healer ults now.
oh, the dying before the fight is bad.
Bubble, bubble.
He's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
Hey. Oh shit! Are
Oh
you kidding?
no. I blame Loki.
Good try. Good try.
Good try, yeah.
Oh no.
He mistakenly copied Punisher's ult instead of a healer ult.
Mistake. Yeah, it's an accident.
So,
Yeah, it was a mistake.
Yo. Hey, did my guy try Ultra Kill? I haven't heard that one yet.
Unlucky.
Customized Frappuccino with 2 shots of espresso, but I could hear the stars breathe.
yeah, that was a lot of gas.
Yeah, we did a
How
lot.
did I only lose 20 for that? Yeah, Infernasu, what are you doing?
What am I doing? I don't know, my brain's off.
I thought maybe we had that there. That Hulk was just like tearing everyone up.
Yeah, the hook was cooking.
Yeah.
I never felt like I was doing so much, and I'm like, all right, cool, we're good. And I turn around, and everyone's dead. I'm like, apparently I'm not killing faster than this Hulk is. Gunnar Archbishop Power.
Bruh.
Dude, I love his name.
Bruh.
Bruh. Why do you guys like his name? Oh, hell no.
I think I might like the word bishop though.
Mm,
You ever like a word?
I like the word food because I like food. How about that?
That's a coomer.
What? What? Don't worry
did you
about
say
it.
with a C?
Don't worry about it. Don't.
Oh shit! I shouldn't have mentioned anything. My bad.
You're good.
I was
you're
just
good.
reading.
I know. We're here to help.
Okay,
you
just look it up and go to images. It's nothing bad. It's nothing bad. It's just.
Is it nothing bad?
No. Well, it to me, it has nothing to do with me. But like, hey.
What the fuck? It doesn't seem bad, but I don't understand. What is? Oh.
Oh.
It's what it is. Someone that has a severe addiction to certain things.
Oh my god.
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Wait, did you mean like?
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
It took me a second because I didn't understand. I just saw one guy. I thought it was his face, like a meme face. No.
I mean, that is the meme, but it just what it means is someone.
Okay,
that's-
wait. Before we
It's
rock it,
too late.
who here is gonna play second support?
I'll do it if no one does it. Oh wait, no, I don't want to do it. I don't have my skin here.
Alright, so I'm feeling tank then.
Fuck, I'll do it. Is that gonna heal me or what? Just gonna leave me to die.
Nah.
Wow,
Go to the health packs.
that's crazy.
Apparently, you like going to spawn
I'm
more than
banning
you
Luna.
like coming to your own healers.
I'm about to ban Luna.
That's cool. That's cool. I'll go Jeff.
It's your elo. Jeff, no team ups. Okay. It's your elo, not mine.
Should I request for a Venom?
What the hell?
Yo, you just get sniped? What the fuck? Who banned Psylocke?
I mean, I have stream mode on this account.
I am Loki.
I'm Luna's.
Who do I want to play?
I will bring peace to this universe.
Agent
Let me just do the team up.
Ooh, White Fox.
Agent F1.
I don't
Or you
have
want
my
to play
skin
Luna and I'll
here,
play
though.
White Fox.
Doesn't matter. What do you want to do?
I don't know.
Said you want to practice Luna, right?
Seen DPS players. Oh yeah,
I
Haunted
think Luna
Dookie.
and White Fox are going to be the ones I'm playing most. If I'm not playing Luna, I'll play White Fox. So we're throwing. We're not throwing.
We're not throwing,
Wait,
but
Tiger,
we're
what's
not
your mana?
not
Are you
throwing.
your turn yet?
Before you attack, get ready.
What's your? Have you been grinding? You've been grinding main? I know I asked
You
earlier,
must
but like
know.
chat was moving
It's
fast.
good to see you. We're a long way from Korea, aren't we?
Amy Han. If it's good to see me, why not crack a smile?
I am smiling.
Sick as fuck
Internally.
they moved. Oh no,
That's
yeah, you
not
hella
how
break right now.
smiling works.
2 times last week.
The
Yeah,
battle
rest
starts in
instead.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm hit. There you are. Back in the hunt.
Oh my god, how did Phoenix die?
I don't know. You didn't heal her.
Dude, she was behind the wall and she died.
Yeah, I don't know either.
A nice deep freeze.
I can teleport to you, Duff. You need it. You can keep... Why so many Hulks today? They're low.
Oh,
My teleport's off cooldown. Well, on cooldown.
5, 4, 3.
They're-
Hulk can die.
I can go back in 3 seconds.
Yeah, I can
2,
TP you.
1.
I'm gonna need. Oh, okay, I'm far back. I can't. Oh,
Aw. Yeah, just yell at me if you need healing.
yeah. I forgot you were playing White Fox.
Yeah, don't be. Yeah.
Check out the new cap.
Am I in danger? No.
No, you're not. I got you.
I guess so. I guess I am a bit tired.
I'm on this Punisher.
Oh, fuck.
You guys got that, yeah?
Yeah, something like that. He's won. Okay, we got it. Yeah, if you need healing, just yell at me. I can't teleport to you. You're really far.
Judge.
Uh-oh. Don't ult that. Storms are here. Oh, well. Our
That's
Phoenix
tanking 101
is
right
cracked.
there.
Okay.
You guys help me improve a lot. Appreciate the vids. Hey, I'm happy to help you, Mondo Panda. I should pay attention. Fight's still happening. Oh, look, I got one. Ah, mother.
Hey, am I doing aggressive ult here?
Yeah, keep pushing the payload.
Okay, let's keep pushing.
I mean, I'm gonna keep pushing the payload. Keep it going.
Not what I wanted to grab.
I'm ult.
I'm on the invis. Invis low.
Damn, she still got me?
Damn, I tried to shield you, but...
Oh, you're dead too.
Yeah, I got hit by Punisher.
Yes.
You guys have no healers. Back up.
I'm back, and I'll be more sly this time.
Hey, get up.
I like the cold.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Alright, we have time. Let's play around.
I was worried. Sustained.
Stop TPing, Phoenix. God damn it.
Alright, let Emma push up first. There you go. Let Emma. Mother. Go.
You're getting shredded down.
We have no DPS. We have to fight back. This fight.
No, I got in there.
Somebody else's today.
Making it everyone else's problem. Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. Just insta-lock that shit. Oh, fuck.
I got you. It's just kind of hard. I'm gonna have to switch characters. Punisher's gonna burn my ult.
Hi, bananas.
I'm gonna ult in. Punisher's probably gonna burn it though, but let's see.
Blue Knight has ult too.
Never mind. We got the payload. Never mind. I don't gotta do it.
Yeah, fuck. Hey, Dark Raven. Things are good. Drops enabled. They should be enabled by default all the time. I like Scarlet. Today. Hey, I mean, I've tried playing Scarlet. It takes me no matter what if I play that hero. Despite if you do better on that hero or not.
I fucking hate Hulks.
Our father foreskin is not doing shit. What a name. But Moon Knight, do you wanna switch? Oh, my in-game mic isn't working. No, not. Moon Knight, do you want to switch characters? Like switch roles?
Knight,
You want to heal?
Not Moon Knight. Hulk's coming in the back.
I got you.
Oh my god, I can't get you.
Yeah, they're up there.
I'm gonna ult.
Oh, stand still. I'm gonna shield you.
Oh, I'm
or
in
that
here.
works. That works.
Oh, it didn't. Oh. Fuck.
It's okay.
Wait, there's still blocks for heroes?
He was 1 in 4? Oh my
yeah.
God.
Why are you at 20
I'm
FPS
at
queue and ranked, man?
FPS.
It's okay. Okay, I'll play DPS. You can play healer. Yeah, because he is not killing shit.
I was wondering. I was like, why is this so difficult?
Yeah, we're not. Nothing was dying.
We got melted immediately.
I touched that point. Do not die right now, please. We have time. I can touch. Just please stay alive.
Oh, great. I'm trying to save you
Oh
alive.
my god.
Wow. I didn't think that was gonna hit me through the wall.
Are we on point?
Yeah.
Sandy's
Oh,
dead.
he died with all.
Give me.
I can't get you.
Wow, this guy.
Does Elsa have ult again?
Yeah, we need that cloak out parlay soon.
Oh, they have a cap now?
Oh my god, he died without using it. He used it right as he got Elsa ulted, so it took 50%.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Thank you, Graceful. Def one trick and dude, heal for Jeff got so he got a journey today. Why?
2-0.
We're ahead of the curve. Oh yeah.
Time to switch
Dude, heal
things
pool is
up,
like
including
misleadingly
which side
powerful.
you're on. The right heroes
All right, I'm not feeling anymore. Cause holy hell. Nah, I'm just gonna play
That's what I'm
DPS every
saying.
match. Cause what the fuck? Why would you play DPS on 20 FPS?
20 FPS and then not tell anyone
They
until it's
didn't
like
say
way later.
anything.
Yeah, they should.
Oh yeah, there's 45 seconds left. I'm on 20 FPS. Bro, just say that sooner. We'll switch.
Like, bro, what the hell?
They were
Oh, God.
hovering C and D too.
Yeah, I was on the payload a long time, right?
I
You're
know.
going from India. Hi, from India. It's crazy to think people have rivals in India.
They have rivals in India? Oh, cool.
Apparently.
Yeah.
They were like, well, what are you
crazy
gonna do
about
if they
it.
go punish a starlight main? Gun ult? That's it, dude.
will be coming in 30 seconds.
Yeah, because I mean, like,
Stay strong.
it's the same when I go like rogue and people are just like, oh, we need a mag for the Starlord. I'm like, no, I'm just gonna go in the air. I'm gonna bully the shit out of him. Fuck that. I don't need to go mag. If I grab him in the air, it counts.
Possibly have in common, Magneto. We both proudly fight to protect our nations, do we not? I simply feel.
I like how the dude's on 20 FPS and he banned fucking Rocket. Like, you know what?
He
would be
banned
great
Rocket?
right now?
It's okay, we can turn this around. We can turn this around. I just gotta kill this Hulk. This Hulk is getting too much value. I don't know why we're fighting so many Hulk players. And we gotta burn these Elsa ults.
I'm just holding my card down. As long as you guys survive.
Oh, we have a Hawkeye now.
There's a Hulk on you guys.
There's a Hulk in the back.
I'm here.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm a fucking Scroll Girl. Fuck you.
They have a Squirrel? Oh, wow.
I like when I get
Why?
This guy can die.
Where's everybody?
Oh, I should have said something. Yeah, we had to fall back because Squirrel ulted or something like that. I don't know. Did something. Just killed our back line though.
Ah, I missed that part. Going straight to the point to stay alive.
Whoa, that girl's doing so much damage.
What are you getting hit by? Oh, the
Squirrel.
Deadpool thing?
Well, that too, but it was mainly Squirrel just lasering me. Cap can die.
You don't like my freaking shield, dude?
Hold on.
Oh, Elsa trying to.
Oh, huge bubble. There's a
Elsa has ult.
invis first. We have to.
Wow. What an angle.
Back out.
You gotta use that ult, man. Like, we can't keep doing this, man. This dude has gotta use that ult. 20 FPS or not, that shit is needed.
Okay.
We got a cap in that.
Elsa needs to die.
Can't control you. Oh no.
I fucked up. That's on me, honestly. If you get your ult, you can keep them.
Oh no, I was so close. Damn, I was literally so fucking close. I need Sandy to charge her ult.
Mag low.
Winnable. It's all of them. They're portaling. They're gonna have TP. I'm gonna ult this. I'm gonna ult after the TP comes out.
Cloak and Dagger. Right, stand on point.
Yeah, don't die, Cloak, please. The moment you get it, just ult.
I'm gonna let you charge your ult. Have it? Oh,
she used it. She used it. They're down 3. Oh, Luna didn't get to come through the TP. She went back in, but then she didn't make it back out.
1-2-0.
Oh. This is why stats are misleading. I'm 8 and 6. That payload didn't fucking move, all right?
Okay. Hopefully that guy doesn't queue up anymore. I'm avoiding him just in case.
Oh, 20 FPS guy. I was like, what, the Hulk? I was like, oh no, the 20 FPS guy. That makes sense.
Yeah. Almost lost because of that.
I was on that Luna. I wasn't about to let her through.
Smurfing barely winning in GM. Did you avoid them already?
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Okay, now Q us, my bad.
Another heal pull L. Your heal pull was doing pretty good.
The game, especially on Convoy, is like offense. On offense, it is more forgiving if you die. On defense, it is less forgiving. Which is the reason why, like, on offense, you can take risks, because as long as you win 2 fights, you get that first point. On defense, you lose 2 fights, you lose that first point. So
Sage was on earlier. What the?
all I do is sit on the payload and try to stay alive.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'm not gonna lie, I automatically assumed that was Infernasu.
What?
I was a little racist. I saw the blade.
You're fine.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
35k? I feel like I should have more though. Spence. I feel like I should have more. Am I thinking something? I'm not thinking. I'm stressing.
Why are you stressing?
Oh. Because I'm stressing. This game makes me stress.
You gotta have chill vibes, dude. Play for the vibes. That's all I do. Gotta play for the vibes. Lock that widow in for the one time.
Because it's not your elo, right?
I mean... shit. Could be.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, we have Def on the team. Def is gonna carry us.
This game makes me kill people.
What?
do
the-
What do you mean? Hold on.
Yo, your
Hold
chat,
on.
yeah. Hey, bro, your chat's
Alright,
on one
Cat,
tonight.
Cat, main tips.
No context.
You
Just,
want to rephrase that?
no context. Just straight up.
You'll need a top team to win.
I
Your
can
chat is on one tonight.
Cap on this Cap is incredibly powerful as like a stall hero on
That was you made me laugh.
on defense. So like he is incredibly strong
so
on
real.
convoy, and it is more important that you go and you pull attention and resources to that payload and just stay alive and use your resources to get out. Like always save your slam or your shield bash to get out. Those are more mobility moves than they are offensive moves.
I don't know how
And-
scared got through, but whatever.
You always want to. You don't always have to engage with slam. You can sometimes just walk in.
Oh yeah,
like
Def, your in-game mic is
and
on.
Sometimes.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You couldn't have told me that sooner.
I kind of just got used to hearing your voice, and I just zoned out.
Yeah.
No, I thought you were talking to them though.
Same amount of damage as his basic mouse ones, by the way.
Usually I'd
Yeah.
insist on calling the shots, Blade. But it's clear you're more
Oh,
suited
shoot, I
to
just-
take
No.
point.
No, no,
Yeah,
no, no,
it's
no, no, no.
they don't really do a lot of damage, so you use them as mobility more than anything else.
2, 1.
And all you do is you pull attention
Yo,
your
this
way,
guy's
and then you get
talking
out.
shit to me. Because I locked Cyclops. My bad.
5.
I did not know he was going to play that character. He said, bet you have 2 games on him. This guy's a dickhead.
I tried.
That should make a difference.
Oh my god. Hold on.
What's happening, team?
We
Rotates
didn't
for com? Sure.
start
Got
off
one of
good.
2 things. Accurately tracking target close range. Mechanics and follow death's advice from accurate gameplay game sense. Yes. Oh, and playing Cap is all about target priority. Any dive tank is all about target priority. If you lose, it's usually like
Oh my god, this Deadpool died twice. Hold on, we're staggering.
he has no E.
I'm about to ult this. I'm about to ult. Walk up, walk up.
Oh my god, Deadpool.
Real quick.
Jesus Christ. We gotta. Oh fuck! I need heals. Needed heals.
Oh, I got so many with my ult too. Oh man.
At least they don't have a rocket. Oh,
Yeah.
Still got some fight left. Force boost.
Okay, back.
Perfect
I'm
angle.
alive.
that didn't interrupt him. Crazy.
That killed me. Oh. Oops.
How is this guy not dead?
Oh, I keep getting them so low.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Okay, we need to push in.
Walk up with this. Walk up with this.
Get that venom. Fuck that venom up, dude. Fuck him up.
They're portaling. I have ults for this portal. Wait, the venom is still back there? What the fuck?
Got it. God, I'm such a dick.
Knew I saw trouble.
Ah. I
taught you to be so much of a dickhead.
I hope you missed the earlier cat tips, but target priority. Figure out which supports have made mistakes mismanaging the cooldowns and dive them. Stall objective. Use your cat vault after both support ults. I didn't realize we went live on TikTok.
Help. Thank you. Whoa. Oh, he almost died. Oh, this guy is super dead.
Not dead. What? He's not dead?
Let me see what I can do here. Ew.
I can't see you. I got you.
Thanks.
Stupid ass convoy getting in the way.
Thanks for the boost.
There's Venoms down, but everyone else is also down. I can't get you yet.
Let's see if I can one-shot this girl. Oh, she's so low. Oh man.
I'm so dead.
I'm destroying I destroyed it. I destroyed the beacon.
We need to get this Venom first.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
I died to the Phoenix somehow. She headshot me.
I knew it was coming too. I just didn't fucking.
Can we switch off Blade if possible?
Yo, the DPS just focused the crap out of the Venom so he leaves. Like, there's.
Or one healer again. Wait, you didn't
Did
cap
the Blade name just tell the other Blade to swap?
Fuck yeah, I did. He's 6 and 5. Fuck yeah, I did. And I don't feel bad about it. Bro, did not watch the Blade guide.
Focus.
I'm shooting a Venom with you, but... Oh my god, that girl's also getting shredded.
They have no supports. We win this.
Walk up, walk up, walk up. Melee his ass.
There's a Venom in the back.
Again? Yo, this
He's
guy's
in the
a
back,
fiend.
not on payload.
Yo.
Opening portal. Oh my god, everyone's just like kind of too dispersed.
Don't touch. Nice, we got the payload. Wait, he listened to me too. Oh, what a nice guy.
Look at that.
See, chat, he just acts nicely.
You forgot about TikTok? I forgot about TikTok.
If he just acts nicely, they'll switch.
I've never been up here before. Oh, you could go in here.
Everyone push up except for White Fox.
You can't float? Phoenix technically can float. To E. Get this Venom. I can ult here, see if I get a stagger. I'm ulting now. Well, I got Phoenix ult.
I missed.
Okay, they just dumped so many ults.
This map is a maze.
Yo.
I need to explore it more.
Yo. The fuck?
I don't give up quite that easy.
What? But they saw you through walls,
TikTok,
remember?
Are you sure? I've seen TikTok dance in the stream. I will never TikTok dance. I'm too old.
You're not too old to dance.
Too old for TikTok dance, yes.
Oh. Well that... I mean, I guess. Or if you're like kid or something wants to dance or something.
I can't, hold on.
Or like, what if you're like nephew or something? Is he gonna not dance?
I am too white to dance, that's for sure.
What? That doesn't mean anything.
I am from the Midwest, sir.
What if we want to dance? You're not gonna dance with us? Oh shit.
My team is gonna be a little light, right? Nope.
I'm dead.
Is that both our supports? Or?
Oh, they wanted me to ult first.
White Fox all. Holy fuck, she's getting shredded.
Rip.
Uh-oh. Are we portaling or what are we doing?
Oh, winnable.
Oh, hella winnable. Oh.
What?
Wait, how did that happen?
2-2-0.
That's weird.
Oh,
good, oh, good, oh, good.
No, genuinely, what?
Yeah, I don't know how that happened because you were on point.
I forgot you have Tourette's.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, it looked like she was.
I don't know. It's all good.
Friend of my group.
It's all good. We can hold this. We can hold this. It's fine. Yeah, I saw her screen. It looked like she was on point too.
Punk's hips too weak to dance, legs too shaky. Yes, exactly.
Round 2.
I don't dance. I just vibe.
Whoopie vibes.
Do I play Mass Effect? Nah. I don't really do
You
like
want to?
cutscenes and quick time events and
They'll be
all
coming
that
in 30 seconds.
business or
Stay
whatever.
strong.
When I play a video game, I want to play. I don't want to watch. If I wanted to watch a movie, I'd watch a movie.
I can feel
That's
that.
my thought process, at least.
I like thriller games though. Thriller games are fun.
Like, there's some games that like Fatal Frame is a great like horror game. Uncharted is really good with how they're like, oh, play for like 8 minutes, and then we're gonna give you like a 30-second cutscene, and then we're gonna play for 8 more minutes. And I'm like, that is fine. But when I watch a cutscene for like 8 straight minutes, I'm like, yo,
Securing the mission area.
like Final Fantasy.
Yeah, they're portaling. They're portaling. Come back. Come back. Come back.
Fight for any world, even those that hate and fear us.
I never been.
It's a slow portal. Damn. Oh, it's a bad one too. What the fuck? It's a horrible portal. What?
Stay alive. We're up. I'm gonna loop around the backside. Punisher.
Yeah, my vertical's so.
Why did he do that?
I don't know.
That was, he like aimed it at us, so we just all shot it and just killed them all. Like what? It's a terrible portal.
I haven't enjoyed a Final Fantasy game since Final Fantasy X. I'm gonna be real.
10. Oh, I love Final Fantasy. You didn't like 16? That one's the one that's pretty dark.
Oh no, I played the demo and like, wasn't the demo amazing? I'm like, it was like a 2-hour demo with like an hour long of like sitting cutscenes.
Did you see someone's head get cut off?
Nope.
What the? Happens at the end of the demo.
Unless it was in the demo.
Yeah, it's at the end of the demo. I'm gonna ult this in 3. Oh, fuck it, I'm doing it. Oh, I got someone. Yo, this guy does not like me. Oh, he wants you.
There we go. I don't like, if I can set my controller down and I can go make popcorn or make a sandwich and come back and the cutscene's not done,
you gotta immerse.
It's not a video game.
You're not
it's
immersed.
Just a shitty movie.
You're not immersed. No, we need that White Fox ult. Oh shit.
That got me.
Yeah, they want this point bad. They used everything. It's fine.
The professor didn't train quitters.
Yeah, it's too late for us to portal, isn't it? Yeah, it's too late. Don't go in and stagger. Do not go in. Do not go in. Do not go in. Do not go in.
I'm going in.
We're not portaling, but
he said I'm going in.
bro. I guess because you had all.
Running.
You had all, so I guess you could have.
I was thinking about it. It's okay.
Nah, I
Oh
like
my
the
god, I
vision.
missed that. Oh, that's embarrassing.
Back now, you don't have any tanks.
Nah, I like the vision. Oh, we're staggered.
Yep. Just kind of run away. Pretend like you're bait.
He ulted. What the?
Just keep letting him chase you.
That's what he gets.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Oh my god.
Some more.
Right there. Time secured.
I'm an X-Man.
Yeah, they have 3 minutes. That's pretty bad. Oh, good. We can hold this. Oh, I was gonna say Phoenix is 1, but
Did I just see a rocket?
yeah, he's dead now though. You did indeed see a rocket.
There we go. He holds his corner.
No, I thought I saw him like sooner.
Mm.
So they have the
Even Death
Sandy
Stranding,
ult.
like, I didn't play Death Stranding.
They already used the C&D ult to take the point. She's probably at like 60% by now though.
Oh.
They use it to take the point. Remember we got staggered. Yep, she
Killed
is.
the rocket and forced the cloak and dagger. Get off.
Got him. I'm destroying it. It's destroyed. The healers are low. Both the healers are low.
We didn't take one. How funny. Venom on point.
No, fuck. Didn't I make a movie game, The Warrior 1886? Yeah, and I was told I was difficult to work with on that project. Can you imagine why? I was like, people aren't gonna like this, and they're like, no, it'll be great, it'll be great. Let me go in first. Let me go in first. Stay alive, okay? Don't take extra damage.
Let's go. We gotta help him. Help him.
Train's gonna have DC close health.
Oh, they're so low.
Train, block his heals, kill the train.
They're down 2. Get that Phoenix. Please, Magic. I got him. Don't worry. What? That's a battle. Kite that. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, it was bad. Never mind.
Final score 2-2-1.
Charge my right click more? It would be nice. It's more so just kind of like if it gets charged, it's great.
I heard it on the wrong side. That was binding.
Victory! Big win!
Visually 1886 is fire, but that's about it. Yeah. Strong system in place for like to build upon. Just it wasn't past that. Find funny your game taste and hating cutscene QTs are basically antithesis of the Warrior 1886. Yeah. No, working on that game was a fucking nightmare. They had ideas.
Are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Oh.
I'm good.
Hmm.
The Warrior 1886 was like, they're like, oh, we're gonna have these ideas where like it's not just a cutscene. You actually get to like pick what you do in the cutscene by moving the camera around. And I was like, that's kind of cool. But then we didn't have enough time, so then it was mostly just like regular cutscenes.
Yo,
And then,
Navi,
like,
thanks for the follow.
or regular
And Jacuzzi,
QTs,
thank you
and then
guys.
it was a bunch of cutscenes that were like 10 minutes long. Believe me, I tried telling everyone, they're like, oh, our game.
I'm tired. You staying on, Def?
Yeah, maybe for another minute or two.
Another minute or two. What does that mean?
Okay, maybe for a little bit. I don't know. Maybe I'll try to like solo queue Scarlet Witch so people will throw my games. So my
wow.
I'll go deeper into GM. Listen, I will try my hardest. It's not my fault that GM players just absolutely love to throw their own games.
All right, I'll send them to you then, I guess.
Thanks, guys.
All right, guys. GG's.
Good night, everyone. I'll
GG's.
see you guys tomorrow.
Good night.
I just ended. It's late for me. It's 2:23.
I haven't
That
live
is
for
late for you.
8 hours. Well, 7:30. I was about to be 8. I'm
Good night,
gassed.
everyone.
Good night.